Secrets, joined today by Chris O'Connor, who served 60 years on an alternate timeline in the Secret Space Program, the SSP, known as part of the 20 and Back program. The 20 and Back program refers to a covert space initiative in which participants serve 20-year terms in off-world operations before being age regressed or moved into a clone of the appropriate age and returned to Earth, often with their memories suppressed. All right, so Chris, I was just talking to you before the show. I've been reading, some of your book that you have out, and it is phenomenal. I'm getting crazy downloads. Man of Mimas, is that how you pronounce that?
Yes. Yeah.
Awesome. Beautiful book. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm like, wow. I've been regressed in Gaia. They had me in Gaia for several shows and had an expert come in and regress me so I could go into those memories, which are, like you're talking about, they're suppressed. And I just had a flood of stuff to come out. Wow, it was great. But you have been able to tap into that. So it's going to be quite an interesting conversation. So thanks for joining us.
It's an absolute pleasure. Michael, thank you so much for inviting me on.
Absolutely. I saw you with Carrie Cassie. That was a great show. Hopefully we can get into some deeper aspects in this one. Now, tell us a little bit about your background, from the childhood, how you got into the program and all that kind of stuff.
Well, it's interesting. Before I incarnated here on Earth, I actually made an agreement. My soul family and I, my people I work with, as we all have, we had a plan, and I wanted to represent the Earth on the space station and the Earth embassy on the Mimas station. The only way I could do that, because for the most part there is a non-contact with Earth. It's very limited contact. You have to get special permission by the Confederation of Planets, and it's a whole thing. So there is a caveat to that if you incarnate through the human race, and this is the same for any race that's evolving, if you incarnate through them, then any memories that come through, you can talk about. So it's not considered interference. So that's the reason I went through the incarnation route, because otherwise I couldn't just like pop in on Earth, that was being not allowed. So we made an agreement that when I was 2 years old, they would basically take me. When I say they, I am generally referring to the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Air Force, and because they work together collaboratively off planet, which is kind of now it's Space Force really, but
yeah, exactly.
Didn't have it then.
Thank you, President.
Yeah. So they took me and they age advanced me. They have technology to do that. Now that advancement process isn't fun by any means. Basically, it's what they do is they'll take you. Here I am. I was 2 years old, so they took my 2-year-old self in 1970. I was born in 1968. 1970, they came and got me, and then they took me somewhere. I don't know where. I was 2. I didn't know, but I just remembered it was very medical looking, like a laboratory. And long story short, I was stripped down and cleaned and placed in these. It was just like a large acrylic tube, laying horizontally. And it was like halfway or so filled with this pink liquid, sort of a gel, but not quite. And the first several seconds were quite terrifying. And I remember all of that really well. Obviously, it's traumatizing. And then they flush the tank and fill it again. And basically, my brain realized that even though it was much more difficult because I'm not getting air in my lungs, I'm getting liquid. But my body and brain calmed down because they were getting enough oxygen.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's highly oxygenated fluid. and it's
So
based
let
on the
me
DNA.
stop you there and kind of regress a little bit, if you will.
Sure.
Before you came in, so you said you had an agreement, and now you've talked about your past lives, and how in depth have you gone into your past life memories and so forth? How many past lives and all that kind of stuff?
Well, I clearly don't remember them all. I remember highlights, obviously, but I have had 2,876,000 lifetimes.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
But most of us have had that many or very similar.
Wow, no kidding.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've had the thing that really I think initiated my memories of the secret space program was going into my past lives and having past life memories, and then it kind of like just opened another door for me. Yeah. Did you have any of that experience as well?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
I have memories of other planets. I have memories of being an animal. I have memories of my last chronological last Earth life. It was on the island of Kauai. The guy's name was Walter Duncan McBride. And
I heard you talked about that and there with Carrie Cassidy. That was fascinating.
Yeah.
And how you had all those memories, and now you live in Hawaii and you see all the stuff that you did in that lifetime. Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, had I not moved to that island, interestingly,
yeah,
that actual town that he founded, and I didn't know that at all. I mean, I had none of the memories when I moved there. I just knew I was listening to guidance, and they're like, "Okay, here's a house over here. Try to get that one." And
so
I did.
That's interesting. The past life memory seems to open some kind of block that we have as SSP guys. Is that what you feel too?
Yeah, I find what it is when one memory unlocks or comes in, then it brings others with it.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And you think because of all your past lifetimes, and probably some of them are pretty significant, that's why you were chosen for this mission?
Yes, because what I did was work on I don't know, James Rink says, "Well, Chris, I guess we all need politicians." Like, I wasn't really a politician, James, but for the most part, I worked in an ambassadorial type of a role.
Yeah.
Because I worked with a lot of races and I had the ability to telepathically connect. And I wasn't the only one. There were several of us.
Wow. And you kind of mentioned James Rink there. I saw that you were, and I was going to go to this one, the October 8th last year. Unfortunately, he passed away soon after that. I think he's probably was targeted, but you spoke at that one.
Yes.
So your word's getting out there. This is great. You got a book. You got that we're going to talk about here in a minute, or at some point. Okay, so sorry to interrupt, but this is like, oh my God, I got somebody that I could talk to about all this stuff.
It kind of makes sense,
So you're kind of like, helping me put the pieces of the puzzle together. So I love it. I'm sure maybe there's probably other people out there. That's how it happened for me. People started coming up to me and saying, you're in the secret space program, right? And I'm like, no. Kind of. So, and then it started to happen for me. So
elaborate, right?
Yeah. And I started going, all the way back to, like you're talking about, back when I was very young. And then the memories started coming through. Now, I don't remember the process that you went through, but I do remember being age accelerated. But I was doing stuff and it was painful. It was almost like getting some kind of like super high tech steroid or something. And I grew a lot faster than normal, painfully. But the stuff I was learning, it was great. So let's go back to where you're in this acrylic tube or whatever. I have memories of being in those tubes as well. So that's very interesting.
Well, it's the same technology, really. Yeah. I in my case, and I'm sure many, I can't speak for anybody else, That gel, that pink goo or whatever you want to call it,
Mm-hmm.
is based on your own personal DNA. So it's grown and then highly oxygenated, and then but the whole body needs to be able to take it in. So what they then did was, there's all these little holes, rubber holes on the edges of all the way around the acrylic tube, and they would stick these large needles in.
Mm-hmm.
And they would go into the certain organs and joints and bones and brain and all this stuff. And what that did was that got that gel inside the body, so the inside of the body would grow at the same rate as whatever's exposed.
Mm.
There's a scene in the movie Wolverine Origins, where they put I don't remember what it's called, but it's like a liquid metal into his bones.
Yeah.
And when I first saw that, I was like, you got to be kidding. They actually put this in the movie. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Of course, it was a different thing, but it was the pink growth gel. But yeah, so I was in there for like.
It was Avatar, where he's in that tank.
Mm-hmm.
I have memories being in a tank like that, and having, like these tubes and, stuff like you're talking about, inserted me and my DNA, they had my DNA. And as long as they refurbished me to a certain extent, my soul would come back into my body within a certain period of time. So you got like 40 days, 30 to 40 days before your soul is like, oop, gone. So if they can refurbish your body, you will go back into your body.
Well, they can put your soul in a stasis as well,
Interesting.
Yeah. Because it's all vibrational, it's all frequency, and it's the frequency that our pineal gland puts out that they match that technology. In fact, that's where this originally came from.
Nice.
Was theirs can pull consciousness out. They could erase memory with theirs and all. Mine doesn't do that, but and so what it does is it just, you can just suck it out and then put it in a copy. I mean, from my understanding, it can only really be a DNA match body.
Mm-hmm.
Because the pineal gland frequency, it has to be able to connect. And then that way, I'm honestly, because the second time was part of a negotiation, I wanted to be put in a 20-year younger body. And then the fourth body, which is this one, was 2 years old in 2030, and they moved me back to 1970. So
wow. So was the Dean's device used during that time frame?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's how I know about it.
Okay, during that, that would make sense. You have a very traumatic experience, so it really locks in. So tell us a little bit about this Dean's device. This is fascinating.
Yeah, well, this is it. This is one of the versions of it. There's a couple. It's actually 13 magnets in series in the handle.
Mm-hmm.
And then once the circuit that's created magnetic frequency and the circulation of that magnetic field wants to come up and around this magnet, but this one is polarized this direction. So as the energy comes up and around, it's pushed out, and that creates a vortex. And that vortex you can penetrate your body with, and it's a piezoelectric energy and a magnetic energy, and it's excellent for pain relief. It helps with all sorts of amazing things, and that's what we used it for. But the one in the SSP is electronic, and so it can be programmed. This is not. This is simply as natural as you can possibly get to create magnetic energy and piezoelectric, because the piezoelectric, some people say piezo, I don't know, whatever.
Sure.
Energy is what the brain creates, and it's what the nervous system uses. So this creates, and there's two ways to create a piezoelectric energy. One is to crush a crystal, the spark that'll come out of that.
Yeah.
That's piezoelectric energy. The other is to turn a magnet against its, desired position. Mm-hmm. So right now, this is how it wants to rest. But I turn it and I put it in, and that creates piezoelectric energy because I'm going against the magnetic field.
Yeah.
And so so that's the whole concept of it. And
then you have like the 7 chakra level crystals, different colored crystals, right?
I do. I'm having to have many hundreds of them recut, and it takes a while, but yes.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I took them off
right now.
Pardon?
Big demand right now.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Gotta get my order in quick, huh? So,
yeah. I mean,
my audience is going to be all over this. So, yeah, I better get it in right away. So,
yeah. Well, it might take a couple months for some people to get it. You know, it depends how quickly they order. There's not too many that I've already built that are left.
Yeah.
They all have to be rebuilt again. And I build every single one myself. So
wow.
It takes a little while, but
yeah,
I can get them out.
Yeah, I'm sure you got the right frequency and vibration to, like, build them too. So that's something that you can't just teach somebody right overnight. So
I know every single one is prayed over, and it's like energy put into it. And
oh wow,
yeah,
good, even better. So let's go into so you basically they built you up, and then they started to put you into the program. And this is something that you had volunteered for. Yes. And let's go into that aspect. There's so many questions. I mean, I want to get to the moon part, and that's going to be good too. So, how do you get to where you're supposed to be from that little child, and their like age progressing you?
Well, once they age advanced me, they had to unlock my memories, which then they did. Because our memories are all there. It's just they're scrambled so that we can't access them. And that's part of the veil of forgetting when we become incarnated.
Right here, yeah. Huh.
But if you know the frequency, because time's a wave, and, as the wave travels through the valleys and troughs of a wave, right? Each valley, each peak has a timestamp, and each valley has a timestamp. So if they want to erase your memory or scramble it, really, then they know the timestamps of the time period they want to do that. And so then they go in and they program that, and they push a button, and you forget, and it's scrambled, and you can't remember or access. Your brain can't access the memories, is what it is, but they can reverse it also. They can unscramble those memories. And so that's what they did. And when they did, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I remember why I'm here now. I remember what my, mission is, my job, my desire. And so for the first 20 years, I was pretty much on Earth for the most part, because my agreement was I would give 20 years in service to the United States. So since they were going to host me, and, this was all stuff they were doing. So for 20 years, I kind of learned how to use the DEEMs, or they don't call it the DEEMs, but I do. I learned how to, do memory transfer, and I've learned how to, access telepathic and empathic abilities, so I could communicate with other beings. And so that, it takes a while. So the first 20 years was pretty much here on Earth, out in the deserts, underground, so.
Yeah, I have memories of training underground in different facilities, and then going out in space and doing all kind of crazy stuff. Maybe we'll get into some of that, but I'm gonna read just a little quick paragraph from your book, Man of Mimas. And okay. So just so everybody can see, just hearing you talk, everybody's, I'm sure at this point, like stunned with the amount of information you have. You can't perceive higher densities without the right technology or training. Your eyes, ears, even your mind are not tuned to those frequencies by default. But governments, especially those involved in space operations, do have the technology to pierce these veils. They have something which I call a density engine. So I'm not going to give any more. So you have to go read the book. But wow, I mean, it's like, and then you started talking about different frequencies and dimensions and so forth, and I was like, now I understand. Just like you were talking about the time, how they can program you so you don't remember. Wow, that's you brought back a lot of knowledge. Now, was that part of what you came here for, so that you could share some of this?
Yes, it's kind of broad sweeping.
Yeah.
Mission is just to help with disclosure and help bring information so people can begin to open their mind, open their thinking, and understand the greater cosmos and our place in it, because we have a tremendous place that we've been tricked into forgetting about that.
Right.
And I'm not talking about the veil. I mean, unfortunately, religion and politics and a number of things that were put in place so that we will fight one another and be separated, and we're not seeking source or God.
Mm-hmm.
So we are distracted, and that was the whole goal. So that's why I'm speaking out, because I'm like, let's not be distracted anymore. Let's look into it. And I tell people, you don't have to believe what I say. Honestly, it doesn't matter if anybody believes what I say. Mm-hmm. What matters to me is they hear what I have to say with an open mind.
Right. Very good.
At some point, something might be of assistance to them. And that's my whole goal.
That's fantastic. And you're like me, you're all about love too. And that's one of the valuable things that you're sharing, in which I share. Now, this is interesting because it seems like for me, I'm still in that, warrior, mindset, trying to, defeat this deep state apparatus, this control system that's keeping us, dumbed down to a certain extent, to a great extent, really, like you're revealing right now and in your book. So where do you see yourself right now?
I mean, I'm just here, trying to create an environment of no judgment, and hearing people and expressing myself to help support others. So they don't know that they don't believe they're crazy, because that's one thing we're all told. We're vivid dreamers. We're, psychotic break or whatever it might be. I've heard it all. And I want people to know, if you have memories, you have things going on in your life, and they're difficult to quantify, right? With the reality, with the day to day, what we've been taught and told. That's okay. I mean, let those things come in and just put them up on a shelf in your mind, but don't reject them. Mm-hmm. As soon as we begin rejecting them, we become disingenuine to our own soul.
Good point.
And we're here to evolve the soul. That's why we're here. And then part of evolving our own personal soul is to support others in their soul evolution. And so we got to just trust ourselves and be non-judgmental about it.
So I see Lisa Schermerhorn. She says, I have one. It's amazing. Lucky girl.
Yeah. I love Lisa.
She's amazing. But, some of us have these memories, and I've talked to people over the years. I used to, do one-on-ones and so forth. And I would tell people, you were part of the secret space program. And they're like, really? And as for me, it's very obvious for some people, but I don't really, at this point, I'm not, hey, you are all secret. I don't do that anymore, because it's like you have to, find, like I did and like you did, you have to find your own experience, what's going to unlock that. You can be intrigued by it. I can think, people are listening to us, and if something like triggers, I've been having memories and so forth. That's kind of maybe a gateway for you to do some explorations.
Yeah, it's just a catalyst. It's a catalyst to get you thinking and to change your thought patterns to one of being self-accepting and less judgmental of the self. And then that'll just carry over between you and everyone else once you can do that. And then when you do that, what it is the subconscious. I'll tell you why that matters, is that, the mind I always look at it in three layers, right? There's the conscious mind on top, the middle is the analytical mind, and then the subconscious mind is down lower. It's just a visualization, but the subconscious mind remembers everything. There's nothing hidden from the subconscious. But the analytical mind, when these thoughts come in, the first thing we do is, oh, that can't be real. I mean, I must be crazy, or I'm just making it up. And their memories trying to come through and remind you who you are.
Yeah.
So what we have to do is kind of silence the analytical mind and take the judgment out, and then it can float up to the conscious mind. That's what makes meditation amazing, is the analytical mind. You kind of put it to sleep, and then suddenly these things come into your conscious mind, and these memories and these experiences, and it changes your life.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest stumbling blocks for a lot of people. The meditation, proper meditation practice, and how to quiet that analytical mind, like you're talking about. So these insights and so forth can come through. Obviously, you have an excellent meditation practice. You're able to tap into a lot of this stuff. For me, like I said, I went to Gaia, and I had a lot of these memories, and somebody found out about it, and it's like, oh, come to Gaia. We want you to go through this, do these shows. And they did the regression on me, basically took me into those lifetimes, and just the stuff just started spilling out. The woman that did the regression said, I've never had anybody, and she's done thousands of people that has come out with so much information. It was pretty amazing. So but it seemed like I hit a brick wall after that. It's almost like I got a lot of stuff that was ready to come out, and it got sucked out, and it's like, okay, we have to build that back up again. It's been a while, but I have been building memories. So for you, are you constantly getting memories, or how's it working for you?
It really depends on me, where I'm at vibrationally. If I, like last year, I had some real health issues from a bone infection, and I just felt terrible for months. So I wasn't really able to connect during those times because I was too focused on the physical form. But when we can kind of set it down, and meditation isn't necessarily sitting in silence. Meditation can be anything that gets you in a calm state of mind. For example, my favorite way to meditate is on a treadmill. I'll get in there, I'll put it up to the highest level, and it's like a walk, it's not a run. And so I just lock my body into that motion, and I leave my body. I am like going throughout space.
My wife Tracy's like that. She like portals out.
Yeah, I mean, I've had to be put back in my body by some unseen force, because I was getting too far out, and they're like, no, no, you got to go back. You got to go back. That's
funny. So some of the technologies that you were, is that kind of where your focus was, or did you? Because I have memories of flying ships, and I have memories of calling on ships. Of course, like you talked about, the Navy and Air Force is involved in these programs. So my memories of these ships were they had consciousness. Mm-hmm. I connected with I had to be trained how to connect with that consciousness, because these ships won't work with just anybody. You have to have a certain level of consciousness. And then once you reach that state, then you become very connected to that ship. Do you have any experiences with that?
I absolutely do. I've been on ships that when you walk on board, it's like a little puppy that's really happy to see you after you've been gone all day long. And you can just feel that energy.
Wow.
And it knows all about you. I mean, provided you've been on the ship before.
Yeah.
The first time you enter a ship like that, if it doesn't know you, you feel a slight uncomfortable vibe. Like, who are you? What are you doing here? Yeah. And then it learns you. And then, in fact, there's a race called the Largons that actually build those ships. I don't know. Are you familiar with them? I've
never heard of them. No.
Yeah, I think I can actually, if you want to see a picture, I can show you.
Yeah, awesome. So, and this is another thing I wanted to ask you, because I have these memories, because a lot of people are like, oh, we're human, and then there's like, these other races and so forth. We incarnate in all of these different races.
Mhm.
And we, like you're talking about, you have a soul family, and your soul family can be multiple different extraterrestrial races.
Absolutely. In fact, it's sort of an unwritten cosmic universal rule that when a race is able to evolve off of its planet, and travel, there's an obligation that you go and assist other lower evolving races as well.
Mm.
And it's sort of the full fourth to fifth density transitional phase when we give back, because if we help another race, we're helping ourselves. Because this is something that's important for people to know too, is that all of these races, even the bad ones, which there's like 5-8% of all of them are, because they're more about controlling others, not supporting others. Even the negative, what we would call a negative race, we're all on a journey to reunification with God, with Source, because they all call him Source. They call the thought that created the universe the Source. But we refer to it in the West as God. We just have different terminology, but it's the same exact thing. And so we're all on the same journey. Wow. And that's why I tell people, let's just get along. You don't have to agree with everything, but there's no other option. Even the negative ones are trying to get back to Source in their way, although it's a bit of a distraction. So the whole universe is working toward reunification with Source. So how can we not get along with people? So that's the reason that they're so supportive, and people wonder, why do they have, coalitions in every developing solar system? Why would they put the resources out just to help a lower evolving race? And it's because we all have the same goal. We're all working toward reunification. So, yeah. But here's the Largons.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So the human physical body and like a different.
Yeah. But these are this is an AI. Some of them I've tried to translate over to AI image because they look better. But these are all races I drew and painted on my own, from my memories.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Wow, that's excellent, Chris. Good job.
No, thanks.
So it's, again, probably helping people have these memories. My memories are, working with a lot of different races like that. You see them for who they are. I mean, like you're talking about when you come on a ship, the ship is like, I don't know. And then you prove yourself, and they're like, oh yeah, like a puppy after that. Every time you come back, you can look at a certain race, and at first you'd be like, oh, this looks a little different, but you get a okay feeling from them, and then once you get to know them, you're like, what incredible beings.
Well, and many of them have this emanation of love. Like they walk into the room, you can feel it.
Yeah.
You turn and look, say, what in the world is that? And many of them do, because they're more advanced, so spiritually, and so they learn to use that, frequency of love in a way that we haven't learned yet. In fact, most humans really have never felt true love. Yeah. We just haven't, because we don't have the capacity. Physical bodies don't, and the brains don't quite have the capacity. We can, but we have to practice love all the time, and then move into that space, like the love of a newborn, or a love of a child. Those come as close as you're going to get in my personal experience.
Fantastic, beautiful. So 3 20 and backs. It would make sense because you already had chosen to do that. Some people, like we're hearing, are basically kidnapped and forced to do 20 and back. So it seems like you and I we volunteered for these programs on the good side, but some people unfortunately are not working for the good side in these 20 and backs. Where did you see the difference? Like the parallel group that's running out there. That's not only up and up. They're not focused on love, right? They're focused on slaves and control and
Yes.
dark energies and all that kind of stuff. Where did you see that that break, and how did you end up with the good side?
Well, I made the agreement before I came, so I already knew what side I wanted to be on, and so that's why we had them come and get me and take me. But
Mm-hmm.
I had experiences with some of the Dark Fleet, I guess we often refer to them as,
Sure.
Where because there's a couple things here in my brain, on a cosmic level. When anybody is from a particular planet, for example, Earth humans, and I say Earth humans because there are humans from other places as well, but Earth humans, we're all responsible for one another. I mean, down to the singular person. So if the Dark Fleet's out there, not even being represented by us, but they do something bad, steal, you and I are responsible for that. And we have to go figure that out. And so there was a particular circumstance where the Dark Fleet went. They were trying to trade. I believe it was a form of crystal. I don't remember that part. But they had an asteroid mining complex. And so the Dark Fleet tried to negotiate a purchase, but they wouldn't sell to them because they were part of the Confederation of Planets. And there was like an embargo. So they got angry and they left, but they came back and they attacked. They took what they wanted. They were tall, thin grays with a triangular head. And so, long story short, I was in negotiations trying to make them okay with what happened, which is almost impossible because they were going to come to Earth or attack a colony. I don't know what they were going to do exactly, but I remember they were talking about coming to Earth and exacting revenge. And then leaving the Confederation altogether. So it was an emergency, and I and two others, and then security, went to the asteroid. And we were in negotiation, sitting in a boardroom, and it didn't go well. The one being just ran across his chest, and he was just wearing a vest, and his skin was exposed. And then he ran his hand across his chest, and this like blue-green light came out of where our heart would be. But it's because we're responsible for the actions of those people that did that. That's why I was there. And that's why we have our embassy there, to try to make things right before it escalates. And I was moved into another body, and then, I was okay after a few days, but
very nice.
It was good.
So the negotiators like yourself are very important, and on the good guy side, when guys like me, get involved, it's not going to be pretty. Mm-hmm. So that's why, it's your work is very, very, very important in that realm. We kind of see that right now with President Trump. I'm like, I can't believe we haven't gone in there just crush them, but he's doing it, through negotiation. We're going to get it all the way to this point. And then if it's, they don't, come to terms, see the light, see the love, then we're going to have to take it to a different level. So that's what your work was obviously doing. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was really important, and it meant a lot to me. And I really wanted to, be in that position that I could help save lives, and show other races that humans are not kind of as bad as they think we are, because we are kind of as bad as they think we are.
Yeah.
We're not the most rational, race. Some of us are, obviously, but how could you do that? How can you not be, getting along and understanding? But we're in our transition right now. So,
yeah. And we do have a very negative race of Draco that have been influenced us for a long time and have been interbreeding with us and all that kind of stuff. So that's not that's not helpful.
Not at all. No, and that's all part of the plan. But that's what we're kind of working through right now. So, I won't be too much longer. This Earth is going to be a much, much different place in a very positive way. So we just kind of have to get through the bumpy road between now and then.
Yeah, very good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it in the future too. Golden age. So you're let's go to the Saturn moon.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about that. It looks like something out of Star Wars.
Well, interesting. It's part of soft disclosure because the I think I can show you this. I might be able to see it. So that's the moon of Mimas right there.
Yeah.
And it looks like the Death Star.
Exactly.
And there's a reason for that. Whenever the original Star Wars came out, I think it was 1973 or whatever it was. It was 3 years later. Once the first Star Wars came out, 3 years later is when Cassini flew by and took the first photos of the moon Mimas. And lo and behold, it looks just like the Death Star.
Yeah.
But that was intentional because the Confederation of Planets on Mimas was working with Spielberg. They still are.
Wow.
And the new movie coming out
is
a big deal. I haven't seen it. I don't know, but it's exciting at least. But so that's why Mimas looks like the Death Star. It's just a hint saying, okay, isn't this odd? It makes you think. And that's the whole point of it. That's what soft disclosure is. Many, many sci-fi films and TV shows, especially lately, are just telling us the truth left and right. So we're not too shocked, as a race.
So, I have memories of flying ships and going from one density to another, like going from the air into the water, like it's nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And connecting with my craft. And it's like the intention is there. And then the craft goes into some kind of other dimensional realm or something. And we can fly, from transition from one to the other. You probably remember that one show, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, where they had that craft. It was like a submarine, and they had a craft that would like launch, and it would go in and out of the water like it was nothing. And when I saw that, I was like, kind of like you. I was like, I remember that. It's like, I remember, flying those things somehow. But how could I? And then going through matter. Some people think that these craft are going into some kind of, and sometimes they do, through a portal or something when they go into a mountain, but it's the same thing. They're transitioning into a different frequency dimensional realm, and they can fly through a mountain and come out the other side. And that would be if they're being chased, because there are wars going on in our atmosphere. Craft are being shot down. And we see some of that. And they do back engineering on it and so forth. But what are your thoughts on that?
Well, we've had thousands and thousands of ships for 40 years, if not longer.
Yeah.
And so that's the U.S. I'm referring to. Mm-hmm. We've had them for a very long time. A lot of them are actually, they weren't piloted, especially at the beginning. They were remote. So a lot of what we saw, it was us, but we couldn't talk about it. So, they just let us think what we wanted to think, which was reasonable, to think it was somebody from another planet. So a lot of them were actually us the whole time. Some of them were not. Some of the ones that were shot down, like the Roswell scenario,
right?
That was totally intentional by some fairly negative beings. And they basically sacrificed 2 synthetic beings and 1 biological being, and flew them right over the deserts. And then we shot it down. And then they came to the government and said, hey, now that you have our ship, how would you like the technology in it? It was like fiber optics and Wi-Fi and this other stuff. Yeah. And they're like, yeah, what do we got to do? And then they went and they met with Eisenhower, and he said, "My people are not ready for this. So I don't want to make a deal with you," which turned out to be a good thing, because these weren't the good guys. They were the unfortunate guys. And so he said no. So then 12 men from large corporations, called the Majestic 12, came in, contacted this race, and said, "The president won't make an agreement with you, but we will." So they got all this technology and how to make it. And, I think they were limited in what they really taught us, but they said the only thing we want in return, because our genetic DNA were dying off, and which was a big old lie. We want to abduct basically 300,000 Americans. And so the Majestic 12 agreed. They didn't have a place. They couldn't even do it legally, but they did it. But it turned out that they ended up abducting several 100,000 people, and then it became a conflict, and and so it was just a big problem after that. But that's how it started.
I've never heard this version, but it rings true. Wow.
Yeah.
So, because we're seeing that now, this negative corporate side, that's running a parallel government type thing, and those that get out of line, that they want to suppress this information because they have control of it, or they want to keep control of it. So these scientists and so forth that are revealing their technology that they've developed over a long time through the help of negative ETs.
Yeah, well, they had to get rid of the witnesses, basically, and sad but true. And it ended up that they started basically a war with us, but then we ended up with support to fight them off and push them down south into Antarctica, which they were for quite a long time. I don't really know personally that much about Antarctica, other than that they were there.
Yep.
And then they also went to our moon to retreat. So
yeah, that's where I remember seeing them going to the moon base and training there. Is kind of like everybody's off limits. You can't fight, but there's a little tension. And the humans that are up there, we have the worst area of the moon, and then everybody else has the best areas, depending on what their level is. But that's interesting. So now I have memories of also having a home on one of the moons of Saturn, and living there, and have in the secret space program, I have a family, and so having my own moon, because of the level that I'm at, I rated a moon, the Saturn rings and so forth, because there's tons of moons. I mean, billions of moons, or whatever. So of different sizes. So the moon that you're talking about, I saw where you said it's dimensional.
Yeah, it's if you wanted to locate, it's the first moon outside the visible rings of Saturn, the first one. It's about 123 miles across and in radius, and so it's not gigantic, but it's pretty big. It's a lot smaller than our moon, but yeah, it was a natural occurring body, just like our moon, but they were reworked. And so what they did was this high density race of beings, which we would refer to as angels, or whoever. We all have different terminologies.
Yeah.
They're high density, and they can create anything from thought. A lot of races can, but we will be able to soon.
Yeah.
And so they created this, reworked this moon into a station, and the space station, the moon Mimas, they created different parts of it for different density levels. And so, for example, if you look up thermal images of Mimas from NASA, They can't figure out why it's like it's hot here and cold here and hot here and it wobbles over here. They can't figure out why. Well, the reason there's temperature fluctuations of such a large degree is because those are different areas of different density, higher density. So the higher density beings live in high temperatures. Like, for example, they live on suns. Like our own sun has a race that lives on it. But then there are others that are where we are. So our temperature range is, much more narrow and a lot cooler. But also the reason there's a wobble to Mimas is because there's an ocean in there. I think probably more than one. And the interesting thing is that right next to the Earth Embassy is a redwood forest on Mimas. That's how big the moon is.
Goodness.
And we, because it's the Earth Embassy, and so any intelligent life from Earth, is generally invited to join the embassy, and that includes Sasquatch, and they're there as well, and they live in the redwood forest because that's what their preference is, right? Being out in nature, which I totally get. It just wasn't for the bugs, but no. So we have a number of different races in the Earth Embassy. There are hundreds of people from Earth that live there. Mm-hmm. And there are actually 22, from what I knew, 22 major outposts or stations or places that Earth humans reside. 22 major ones, but we're on over 100 different planets and asteroids, and space stations. We're all over the place.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And that's just in our solar system?
Generally, but we're outside of the solar system as well. Yeah.
How far out do we go as
the furthest I'm aware of or was aware of, it was like Betelgeuse.
Wow.
That section, I know we were there, and there's another one. I'm a very visual person. I don't remember all the names, but I can look at a star chart and like, oh yeah, we're here, and we're here, and we're here.
Yeah.
But mainly Betelgeuse because it's easy to remember.
Incredible. Wow. Yeah. It's such a fascinating conversation. So the angelic beings, like you were talking about. So I had a Archangel Michael experience, and from that point on, I really understood the love frequency. I was able to use it everywhere I would go in combat zones. I would send out that love frequency, and there wouldn't be any more attacks. So now I have memories of going to Venus and training. That was one of my training sites where I learned that love frequency even more because my memories are there. There's angelics there inside Venus. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, because the temperature is so high, but then they have, I don't have memories of being there. I've just heard that, they have like underground places, and they have some domes that are protected from the heat, and they can live and reside in those areas. Mm-hmm. But I don't have memories of it. But
lots of waterfalls and water and all that kind of stuff in there. So that's kind of what I remember. Yeah. And doing
a lot of ships have forests on them, and they have waterfalls. I mean, I remember ships that were like pristine, pure white, just kind of what you imagine something being super futuristic. Mm-hmm. And then there's a big doorway and a little hall, and you go in there, and it's like waterfalls and trees, and these ships are pretty amazing. We don't have any of those that I'm aware of. Ours are much more utilitarian.
Yeah.
But I've been on some pretty amazing ships.
Yeah, I've heard stories of that where it on the outside it looks like small craft, and then you go inside and it's like you're talking about huge.
Wow. The TARDIS, right, from Doctor Who. That little tiny phone box turns into an infinity of space.
Yeah. How does that work? What kind of mathematics, dimensional frequency stuff is that going on there?
I don't know. I wish I knew.
Yeah.
But I do know it's a layered dimensional effect. That's the only thing I remember.
Well,
Somehow they layer dimensions,
yeah.
stack them together, and how they compress them to an exterior, because that's the exterior of those dimensions are actually physical forms. So you can put dimensions in any size or shape or of anything.
Mm.
And if you have the right technology.
Yeah. And that's the problem. Like you mentioned in your book, you have to be trained. So we're trained to be dumb, to not understand any of this. Overcoming that. And then like you, I have memories of this stuff, but I don't know how to explain it in, this realm, because we're dumbed down. We don't have the technology. We don't have the understanding, and so forth. So, but I know you're deep into meditation, and that's the way I pull a lot of this information out. If I have the time and I can, go into, sometimes I just get inspired. It's like with your book, I was already, this morning I was like going into these realms, as meditative realms, where I could start to pull that information out again. That's there for all of us, but like you're talking about, we come in with a veil, and we're forgetful. Yeah. So books like yourself and this conversation, a lot of people are saying, this is a great conversation. I'm learning so much. And that's true, because people will, they'll start to awaken. Yeah. And the veil will drop a little bit, and then they'll get a piece of information. They'll be with that for a little bit, and they'll understand it, and then they'll come back for more. That's amazing. So yeah, you're contributing quite a bit. So yeah, explaining this stuff, like, you put the magnets together and so forth, and all that's, another frequency thing. Tell us a little bit more about that, because I'm getting excited about getting off the show and buying one. So some of these people are out there already buying it.
Yeah. Well, basically, since I explained that it creates a vortex of energy, it doesn't do anything except for amplify earth energy, ambient energy around us. Because normally, if we were grounding every day, we were going barefoot, and we weren't living in houses, we would be connected to the earth in a way that we would be much more telepathic, much more psychic, we'd heal much more quickly. We're not. All connecting to the earth, we're not connecting enough. Some people obviously do, but majority of us don't. So this kind of replaces that. Yeah. And it just brings that energy in, and it uses that energy for communication. It balances, because we've got to balance our chakras and, our energy centers. And when we can do that, then we're open to communication, because our frequency raises up, and then they can kind of come down, and we can meet one another in the middle. So that's kind of the whole point of raising our vibration and balancing the chakras. It's not, also it's better for our body to be balanced, energetically speaking, because it's just an energy flow. And so that helps with all of that. But yeah, it's each device has 8 carats of micro diamonds, and sort of like a Baghdad battery. I don't know if you know what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like those ancient batteries.
So they lit up those temples and stuff too.
Yes. And they healed. They would lay them on the body, and the body, it would generate energy, and also create light. What you're saying. Yeah. So
and I recommend everybody go to your website, and because you have a video, nice video where you talk about this really, really well. Really.
Yeah.
Deep. Yeah.
Yeah. It's much more inclusive. It's like, I don't know, 11 minutes or something.
Yeah.
But yeah. And so the DEAMS itself only emanates piezoelectric and magnetic energy for the most part. That's all it does. But it's what our body needs and is starving for. So then our body does everything. We heal ourselves. Our body heals itself. And this is just support. That's all it is.
Incredible, Chris.
Yeah, thanks.
Any final words? We're definitely going to have to do a lot more shows in the future, but any other things you'd like to share at this point?
Well, I would like to share that you and I, all of us, are much more connected than we realize.
Yeah.
we are really, truly all one. It's just we have been told to judge one another, to separate us, and to keep us from getting along so that we don't become more powerful than the powers that be. And that's what they're concerned about, is that we'll get together, but that's exactly what we need to do. And that's what I suggest we do. So a quick little practice to do that is when you look into the face of another person, whether in person or, on video or photo, look into the face of a stranger, of somebody you love, and see the face of God. Ooh. And you look into the mirror, looking at yourself, and see the face of God, and realize we're all one, and we're all here for the same purpose. We just don't all remember yet.
Wow, that's just beautiful. Well done, Chris. And people were asking about your website again. I put it in the chat and it's in the description box. But tell them what's your website?
It's Deems, DEEMS. So Deems Company spelled out. DeemsCompany.com.
Very nice.
Yeah.
All right. Beautiful. Because I know probably people will listen to it on their phone, or we put this on, Audible too. And so people can, enjoy it. And we'll put some clips together. It'll be amazing. People are going to love this one. It's very, very exciting. Very exciting times. Along the lines that you're talking about, the combat aspect, when me and my groups were called in to do that, we tried to do the combat as minimalized as possible that I remember, because we were trying to minimize it, because every one of those entities that were taken out, reverberated back to us to a certain extent. So that's one of the things, again, like you're talking about, look at everyone and see the face of God. So it's tough to do that. And
yeah.
But certain levels you have to do it. But yeah. So
you don't have to understand them or agree with them. You just understand that they're a different aspect of the same being. Beautiful. Experiencing all possibilities.
That's good. Very good.
Yeah.
All right. Really, really great show. On a whole different level, I believe. So it was great. Great connecting with you. Great. You open up so much more for me. I've been kind of challenged a little bit in this secret space program stuff a little bit, because James Rink's gone. He was bringing a lot of stuff in. So they try to keep shutting us down, but we'll keep it going.
Yeah.
Thanks so much,
James. So great.
Yeah. Cheers.
All right, Michael. Thank you for asking me here again.
Yeah, and lots of love to you. Thanks a lot.
You too.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Judy note, who is our real enemy? Founded in 1727, the Committee of 300 existed to rule the planet from the shadows through blackmail, bloodlines, and brute force. Its membership included the Windsors, Rothschilds, Rockefellers, BlackRock executives, pharma CEOs, royal bloodlines, and intelligence overlords. The Committee of 300 have been orchestrating wars, collapses, and social and re-engineering, always to centralize their control and strip sovereignty from humanity. From ESG to AI, all part of the committee's permanent war on freedom. Trump and his global military alliance had been fighting for that freedom for a very long time. Early Tuesday morning, May 26, 2026, Trump posted on Truth Social, "I am mandatorily requesting that all countries immediately sign the Abraham Accords." He was talking Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, and Jordan, and demanding that all of them sign a peace agreement, including recognizing Israel, or no deal on the Iran war. Evidently, Iran and their wish to rule by a nuclear attack on the U.S. was still out of hand, because right after Trump's statement appeared, word was received that the U.S. was bombing certain security sites in Iran. Trump needed the Mideast countries to cooperate. He wasn't just fighting Iran. He was taking down the whole worldwide cabal to free peoples of the world. This article, written back in 2022, explained some of the problems we knew about back then, as well as some of what Trump and the White Hats were doing about it. It has been an elaborate chess game, none of which the mainstream media has covered. Saturday, December 3rd, Biden, Pelosi, Obama charged with treason, collusion with CCP on 2020 voter fraud, pedophile ring run out of the White House, politics before it's news.
Saturday, the 3rd of December, 2022, Biden, Pelosi, Obama charged with treason, collusion with CCP on 2020 voter fraud, pedophile ring run out of the White House, politics before it's news. On Thursday, the 1st of December 2022, Nancy Pelosi and other deep staters were arrested following Biden's state banquet. According to Alliance reporter Michael Baxter, Nancy Pelosi, other deep staters arrested following Biden's banquet. Evidently, the arrests were a part of a much larger worldwide military operation to capture, arrest and hold military tribunals on global elites charged with treason and sedition. That list was said to include Obama, Biden, and 80% of Congress. On Thursday, the 1st of December 2022, the United States Special Forces and Army Rangers arrested 4 politicians, 2 Hollywood actors, and 2 liberal media personalities following Biden regime's Gala Extraordinaire banquet, where 300 black-tie guests feasted on taxpayer-funded Maine lobster, Alma's caviar, and bottles of Chateau Margaux Grand Vangat, $200,000 per bottle. Contrary to the regime's narrative, the lavish celebration did not take place at the White House in Washington, D.C., reported Baxter. Rather, the deception took place at Tyler Perry's 2-scale mock-up of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, a precise facsimile of the real thing. Real Raw News and other alternative media have in the past elaborated on how the regime uses Perry's property to emulate official government functions. Evidently, Pelosi and the deep state arrests have been pending for quite a while. Back on Sunday, the 25th of April 2021, in a Fox News Hannity bombshell report, Julian Assange claimed, "We have hard proof that President Obama ran a pedophile ring out of the White House." Assange said that a WikiLeaks email to Obama read that a young boy the age of 5 will make the perfect catamite for the president. He will arrive from Romania on Tuesday. I'm sure the president will be pleased. Obama, Biden, Clinton, Pelosi, White House pedophile ring. Uncovered by WikiLeaks politics before its news. Assange named Pelosi, among other notables, as being involved in the international pedophile ring connected to Epstein Pedophile Island, Bill and Hillary Clinton, Tim Kaine, Elizabeth Warren, Jimmy Carter, Harry Reid, Ben Affleck, Cory Booker, and Al Franken. Trump attorney Lynn Wood included Chief Justice John Roberts in the group. WikiLeaks. Obama ran pedophile ring out of White House, the Underground report. Actually, in January of that same 2021, President Trump had planned to throw treason bombshells at Biden, Harris, Pelosi, Comey, and Clinton that would obliterate Congress. That was just before the Electoral College voted on which slate of electors to accept for the U.S. presidency. The president's legal team was to unleash evidence of 2020 election voter fraud by Democrats in collusion with the Chinese Communist Party and other foreign governments. Evidence was slated to be shown of Dominion voting machines switching Trump votes to Biden. Evidently, just prior to the November 3rd election, the Dominion company was purchased by the Chinese Communist Party. The elections of the 6 swing states which used the machines were said to be fraudulent and uncertifiable. Back then, there was even a possibility that the Electoral College would not be held because of the amount of Senate and House members who had already been charged with treason and pedophilia. The National Pulse had revealed a huge new list of traitorous U.S. congresspeople, state lawmakers, and bureaucrats said to have taken money, trips, dinners, or cultural propaganda freebies from the Chinese Communist Party. It was estimated that 80% of Congress was involved in pedophilia and collusion with foreign powers to influence the 2020 election. Biden, Harris, Pelosi, Comey, Clinton treason bombs slated to obliterate Congress on Wednesday. Prior to that, on Saturday, the 6th of April 2019, Pelosi had already been charged with treason. White House attorney Rudy Giuliani filed the formal charge against the Speaker of the House and called for her impeachment. The court papers, not yet made public, showed Pelosi was suspected to be involved in child trafficking at the Arizona CEMEX site, was believed to have received millions in drug money from convicted Mexican drug lord El Chapo, as Chapo confessed and named her, among others, at his sentencing hearing, both of which could have been her incentive to keep the Mexican border open, a coup to overturn the 2016 election and start a war with Russia. Her daughters were supposedly caught bringing drugs back from Mexico in her diplomatic pouch, and she has been accused of doing Privilege Day, trading in the basement of congressional offices before the markets opened. Pelosi charged with treason politics before its news. Now, Pelosi and the Democratic National Committee had evidence against them involving 2020 election voter fraud in collusion with the Chinese Communist Party and other foreign governments. The controversial Dominion voting machines used by states across the nation were believed to have thrown Trump votes to Biden. George Soros was head of the Dominion Board of Directors. Nancy Pelosi's husband was a major Dominion shareholder, as was her former chief of staff and head of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Dianne Feinstein's husband. Biden named retired Admiral Peter Neffenger on his transition committee. Neffenger was president and listed on the board of directors of Smartmatic, which the military verified as having illegally counted U.S. election votes in Germany and other foreign countries. Long ago, attorney Sidney Powell wrote a 270-page document on election fraud that showed a Biden, Harris, and Pelosi linked to foreign interference in U.S. election fraud. Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, Hillary Clinton, and the Clinton Foundation. Former FBI Director James Comey and former Attorney General Loretta Lynch were all suspected to be involved. The document contained affidavits, evidence, testimony from numerous witnesses and sources. Evidently, the communist parties of Iran, Venezuela, Russia, and China worked with Democrats to taint the 2020 election. It detailed interference, origins of voting machine fraud, cybersecurity intrusion into U.S. elections, and military and alphabet testimony. Original link has been taken down. Biden was in the thick of things, and even bragged about it on national TV. Way back on Sunday, the 27th of December 2020, a Ukrainian press conference outlined international corruption sanctioned under a request from Democratic senators and demanded return of billions stolen from the Ukrainian people laundered through what has been referred to as the Biden crime family. Ukraine releases bombshell information on Biden today. Mirror this ASAP prophecy before its news. While serving as vice president in the Obama administration, Joe Biden outwardly bragged on TV about blackmailing a Ukraine prosecutor. Plus, just before the 2020 election was also filmed while admitting, "We have put together the most comprehensive voter fraud organization in the history of politics, and you guys did it for the Obama administration also." For further information, read the following.
Global currency reset. Tuesday, May 26, Bruce the Big Call. New rates have been flashing on redemption center screens, meaning they are going up in value. The in-country rate for Iraqi dinar was rumored to be a little over $6. The Tier 4B rate, us the internet group, would be higher. You can get an even higher contract rate on the dinar through exchanging at a redemption center, not a bank. Trump has announced that the restored republic is here via the global currency reset. One source said that Tier 4B green light would be on Thursday. Judy note, to my knowledge, no one has been privy to the exact information about when Tier 4B will be notified to set redemption exchange appointments. That is the decision of 1 to 2 people, one being President Trump. We only know notification will be around the time of VBS activation and likely during the 10 days of communication. Israel is last. Tuesday, May 26, Trump, hours ago, posted on Truth Social, "I am mandatorily requesting that all countries immediately sign the Abraham Accords. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, Jordan, all of them. Recognizing Israel, signing peace or no deal, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram." Do you understand what you just witnessed? One man just told the entire Muslim world, You will make peace with Israel, not a suggestion, not a request, a mandate. No president in history has never done this, not even close. They said it was impossible. They said the Middle East would never have peace. They said it would take generations. They laughed at him. He just did it in one Truth Social post. Iran surrendering its nuclear program. Saudi Arabia being told to recognize Israel. The Strait of Hormuz reopening. American troops coming home in 1 week. And here's what they won't say on television. The Abraham Accords aren't just a peace deal. They're the fulfillment of a prophecy, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, Isaiah 2:4. For 3,000 years, war in the Holy Land. Empires rose and fell, trying to bring peace to Jerusalem. Rome could not, Britain could not, the UN could not. A 79-year-old man from Queens just did it from his phone. They shot at him Saturday. He posted peace on Monday. They tried to kill the man bringing peace to the Holy Land. Read your Bible. You know exactly what that means. The man they called dictator just ordered peace. And the world is obeying.
(2026) being Wednesday, it's Insiders Club this evening. So if you want to know more about what's going on in the world, we go into more detail on Wednesdays and on Saturdays. I'll start off by saying that the deep state, the cabal, the Illuminati, whatever you want to call it, is in full and utter panic mode at the moment. And the amount of propaganda that's out there is absolutely incredible. The amount of complete and utter BS that's out there is unreal. They are pumping it out, desperate to hang on to their narrative. And it's falling apart. And I thank God for that, because people are waking up to their lies. And it is, in very simple terms, lies. They call it propaganda, but it's lies. It's blatant lies. And we're seeing right through it. And we're destroying their whole plan. And their plan was quite clear, which I started telling the world about 7 years ago. Their plan was to shut down the world's economy for a global financial reset. And on the journey of that, we uncovered the World Economic Forum's plan to reduce the population by 95%, of which you were to be removed. That was their plan. But the world is waking up. The world is waking up to what's going on. And thank God that the world is waking up. Good morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. My first story of the day is international inspectors have reportedly found dozens of hidden chemical weapon sites in Syria. The inspectors are from an organisation called the OPCW, which investigates chemical weapons around the world. They are now checking how dangerous the materials are and whether any of them could still be used. The discovery is raising new security concerns across the Middle East.
Well, this again is a little eye-opener, and this is what I just told you about. And of course, Syria is one of those countries that Israel is trying to grab land from. So they're using exactly the same playbook. Instead of saying weapons of mass destruction, they've got lots of chemical weapons. And they'll have their own inspectors that apparently are the world's official ones. And this is all part of the way that they do it. The easy part from us, our point of view, is they've got no new playbook. They're using the old playbook. So we can see it coming from a mile away. My next story is interesting, because if you're going to move a cabinet meeting, you just normally let the cabinet know we're doing it in a different location. But the fact that Donald Trump has published it on Truth Social, that the cabinet meeting today won't be on their road trip to Camp David due to the weather, it will be in the White House. The fact that it's put out there publicly is what I said yesterday about telegraphing, where they're putting out information to distract from something else. What they're doing, And why they're doing, I don't know. I've learned to sit back and watch. And as I said, like a game of chess, grandmasters move a piece but don't move a piece. So pretend to move a piece and don't move a piece, or do something else. This is all part of the get a reaction, to see what reaction is coming from the other side. This is all part of their agenda. My next story is quite interesting, because any government that puts foreigners above their own people, by the nature of that, is treasonous. Let that sink in. Any government that puts foreigners before its own people is by its nature treasonous and illegitimate. This is a time for people to wake up, because what's happening at the moment in the UK and in Europe and Australia, New Zealand, and even America, governments that put foreigners, refugees, asylum seekers, that's what they call them, ahead of their own people. There was a gentleman yesterday who had his home taken off him. He was a British-born national passport holder, taxpayer, had his house taken off him. For whatever reason, maybe got into debt. But then there's a man from North Africa that arrived by boat with a criminal record, who got put in a 4-star hotel when he arrived illegally. And when questioned and asked who brought him here, his answer was the British government. They brought him there. They gave him a phone. They gave him an income. They gave him a hotel. He's currently waiting for a house. That is an illegitimate and treasonous government. Let that sink in. True.
Next up, Congressman Brandon Gill has walked out to a huge and electric crowd at Ken Paxton's victory celebration in Texas. Gill told supporters, "We are sending a fighter to Washington to deport all illegal aliens and get Save America Act passed." The atmosphere was intense as Republican supporters celebrated what many are calling a major political turning point in Texas.
Well, that follows on perfectly with what I'm saying about deporting these people that shouldn't even be in our countries. And it's time that the UK and Europe followed suit. My next story is about the data centers that they're attempting to build, which are taking millions and millions of gallons of water for cooling, taking our water supply away. This is all part of a dystopian system. The deep state wants this for control. This is totalitarian. This is a dictator's dream. Don't fall for the lies that they're telling you. This is all about control. And this is being shown as part of the movie to wake people up. A lot of people go, no, that's fine, that's fine. That's fine until you can't do anything, you can't go anywhere. Being sold to you as, it benefits you. But it's a digital prison that once you're in it, you'll never get out of it. I'll leave you with that thought, and if you want to know more about it, join the Insiders Club. My link is in the bio. We'll see you there. Have a wonderful day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Voter fraud. Tuesday, May 26, Democrat operatives were convicted for faking signatures on Obama's presidential petition to be put on the ballot 3 years after the 2008 election. It sounds like he should never have been president. He should have never legally been president or even on the ballot. JFK Awakening on Telegram. Democrat operatives were from Indiana. They were charged and convicted, and I'm guessing that they confessed. But they didn't just help Obama. They also used fake signatures to help Hillary Clinton get on the ballot. Obama did not have enough of the 500 signatures needed, with 100 to 200 fraudulent signatures found by prosecutors to even qualify to be put on the ballot. We should never have seen this traitor. These fake signatures were not found until 3 years later, which would have completely changed the outcome and our history. Obama should not have won. Moving on to Kentucky, prosecutors stated that 20 public officials stole elections by buying votes, sending $400,000 to buy 8,000 votes over several elections. Massive fraud was also found in Philadelphia's 2008 and 2012 Pennsylvania elections by illegal voting, tampering with voting machines, adding fake votes. They also found voting by non-registered individuals, voting divisions with more votes than voters, individuals voting more than once, and voting by non-U.S. citizens. It appears to me that if you take all the cheating out, all of this fraud, I don't see how the Democrats could have won an election in years, decades, to be honest with you.
So let's begin. Let's see, where are we? To my producer, we have an image to pop up. Pardon me, I've got some tech issues at my end. There it is. We're taking a look at the president. It was the calm before the storm. Well, how interesting is that? What do you make of the terminology there and the imagery? Because this was published by President Donald Trump.
Yeah, this is a very good and it should bring a little peace to the frustratingly apparently slow, but very hardworking people at the back. We're in it now. We have been for some time. We know that. We've been in the storm for the longest time. It's been concealed directly from the adversary, which means it's been concealed from a great proportion of the planet. But those of us who can sort of read between the lines know that we've been in this state of war for some time. It's been executed, as you said at the beginning, John, quite importantly, under a well-established set of rules and laws. He's a law and order president. And what he means by that is everything that he has done under his administration, all three of them, has been based in law. And that's important because you cannot afford to have the biggest gun wins as the single metric by which governance is determined. And so everything has taken time. We've explained that before. It's all taken time. It's all been under a set of laws. And now we've come to that stage where the truth is going to be revealed more directly. We're in the storm. The storm hasn't been waiting. It's here. Retribution has been affected, and now it's coming to light. So the people will begin to see exactly what's been happening in the background for many, many, many years.
I believe this trip, and certainly the fake news apparatus did not cover it from this perspective. I think this trip was equally, if not greater, in terms of shifting the tides between us, China, and world events.
And summary of what's going on with China specifically, with all the chief executives wandering across, and apparently it's all business. Well, no. The first and most obvious element, as far as we the great unwashed need to know, is that this is now the public normalization of relations with China through Xi Jinping. It started with Xi Jinping's visit to Mar-a-Lago, that very first visit, and that was the first saying, we are working hand in with this man. Now, publicly, China had to be the bogeyman for the last many, many years since that time, because that served a purpose for them to still be the major trouble facing the US internationally, apart from everything else. But that was for show, because behind the scenes, as we know, Xi Jinping was being supported and helped by Donald Trump
consolidate his power internally. Now, Xi Jinping had to take care of his own problems in-house. That's the way it's done. But it was substantial assistance was provided to him so he could remove the troublemakers within his own country, because it's not like it's one amorphous mass. These are factions vying for more power, more money. There's nothing communist about this country. It's just a kleptocracy. And so the assistance was provided. The organization was cleared. The decks were cleared, and now we've reached that stage in the operation where that public cooperation with China through Xi Jinping, and that's critical, will get bigger and better. If you look at the key players, there's this continuity that has to be publicly portrayed. Change of leadership destabilizes the people emotionally. But you've seen Modi in India, you've got Putin in Russia, you've got Xi Jinping in China, and the same faces are there, and there's that stability. And you don't change characters halfway through a show when a character still has longevity, where a character has a role to play, and that stability. You know what it's like in entertainment, in a movie. The people have to have a strong emotional connection with the characters. They either have to hate them or they have to love them. But anything in between, that character is removed from the show. So we've had characters that we're familiar with. We know, like, and trust them, inverted commas, or we know, don't like and don't trust them. It doesn't matter. But that stability of characters in the show allows the people to continue following the storyline without having to be introduced to a new character. And I'm not sure how I feel about this guy or this girl. Who are they? Excuse me. And that's why this has been critical from the very beginning for the White Hats, DJT and the White Hats, to get a hold of Xi Jinping and help him. Now, second part, China it's not a house of cards. It's more like a Potemkin village. A Potemkin village is a term used. It's an apocryphal story under a Russian story, where the Empress of Russia was floating down a barge, and Potemkin, her foreign minister, decided to throw up these wooden cutouts of what looked like happy villages. So as she sailed through, the Russian countryside looked like it was in good shape. It was just facade. China is very much like that economically, and Blainhold alluded to this, economically, but even in terms of population, we're hearing stories that they're nowhere near 1 billion people. That demographically that was impossible to achieve, simply because with the one child China policy, it smashed the demography of the country. And so they're not as populous. The economy is not as grand as it says it is. It's in trouble. It has problems everywhere. And at the top, you've got this kleptocracy that is trying to steal everything from everybody, and it's about to fall down. But the US cannot allow the facade of China to collapse. It continues playing its role in this show, because there are still a lot of people in China that need to be looked after in terms of preventing national famine, national economic collapse. DJT and the White Hats no more interest in collapsing China that way than they do watching the rest of the world collapse, because the cost would be too high, for example. Not that China's not familiar with it. But this is important. They're going to keep propping up the image of China. They have to prop up the reality of China. And so this moment in history is very, very important. China is now going to become part of the solution as opposed to part of the problem in a public sense. And that's what's going on now. And it ties in very nicely with the counterterrorism strategy which Donald J. Trump released just recently, and the approach that DJT is taking with counterterrorism, which is no longer disaffected people with AK-47s. We know that terrorism has many parts: narco-terrorism, the trafficking, the control of the money. It's nothing to do with ideology. Never was, doesn't now. But now China's going to be playing a bigger role in that entire strategy globally, as the US adapts terrorism and its approach to peace on earth across the Western Hemisphere, across the Middle East, across Africa, Asia and Southern Asia, all those areas that need to be taken care of. We are now seeing the big four, let's say, standing up together, and there's that continuity of image which is critical, helping us move forward. So it's a really Blaine did a good job on the analysis. I hope I've added a little bit more to it. But China is now publicly going to become great friends with the US and Donald J. Trump.
Cuba in the spotlight. What's happening?
Yeah, I think you also know that US naval vessels are surrounding Cuba, and I hope I'm right on this one, but I think they're about to do a Venezuela on Cuba. So they're going to go in. There's been a lot of talk from the US representatives in, say, Florida, who represent a lot of Cubans, a lot of support for Cuba in the United States for obvious reasons. And they're very excited about what's about to occur. And I think that's as simply as I can put it. They're about to do a Venezuela in Cuba. They won't remove, it's not regime change. Raul will take a long walk off a short pier, as we say in Australia. But it won't be regime change. It might be leadership change. But that new leader, just like the deputy president of Venezuela, who she took over when Maduro went, the deputy leader of Cuba will take over. Apparently, it'll be along those lines, and the country will continue running quite smoothly. Again, as we've discussed previously, changing the entire regime is just hard work. Just change the man or woman at the top, make sure the orders keep going through the established channels, the country continues functioning, disaster, economic collapse is avoided, the people get on with their life, and things just start getting better, and the truth will come out in time. But, excuse me, but right now, the important thing is just continuity of living, just getting on with life and making sure the people and the systems survive this next few months and years.
He says Trump will eventually make the legal case that the national debt was created through fraud, and fraud vitiates everything. Combined with the Amendment 14, Section 4, the debt will shrink to nearly nothing. Trump then pays it off, brings us fully into the new system. That's why I started with the currency. And the central bank loses all leverage over the American people permanently. We're going to jump into some other aspects of the economy. But before we do, sir, how would you like to weigh in on the new currency and the comments here from X22 Report?
The currency issue is a big one, both in a very practical sense, but in a symbolic sense. Now, let's just start with the easy stuff. DJT's photograph and signature on the money. And the haters will say, oh, it's just an ego trip. It's got nothing to do with that. Trump's got a healthy ego. He doesn't need that. He knows who the hell he is. The visual imagery of DJT and his signature on the money is basically the big comp saying the Fed no longer controls the money. This is the final nail in their coffin. This is the big sign saying, we won, you lost, sucks to you, in a very blunt sense. That's why that's important. And people have got to see that, why DJT's face and his signature there. They now control it. Now, the new Fed chair's been sworn in, happy days. They infiltrated him many years ago. He learnt the system in and out, then sat quietly for a number of years, and now he's just popped up and he's the Fed chair. It's almost like somebody planned it. So that's the part about the Fed. Is this going to happen? Is this going to happen sooner rather than later? Well, what a gift for the 250th anniversary of independence. Financial independence after a long, long time of financial servitude. So I'm not surprised it's going to happen before July 4. In fact, it makes sense to exactly do that. They've got, as I said before, the people need something real to celebrate, not just another nothing burger or hopium statement. They need something real. And with that money coming out, it's just so visually and emotionally and psychologically as well as practically important. I'll leave it there, but that's my take on the money issue.
Todd Blanche announced that James Comey may face 20 years behind bars. What's your comment about that? And do you think we will begin to see now that Comey's been bagged, for lack of a better term, do you think we will now see the rest of those folks tied to Russiagate arrested before July 4th? Speculation, I understand, but what's your views on Comey's potential 20 years behind bars? and the rest of the folks that must be having a bad hair day today. We'll call it like that. What are your views?
He's sweating like a turkey who knows that Thanksgiving's coming. It is a drive-by issue without a doubt in terms of the scale of the issue, but it's still critical because it's easier for the people viewing the show to see things that they can grasp. Similar with your drive-by stories, that's why they're still important. Is James Comey important? Yes, he's important. He's a player. Is he going to be punished? Yes, he has been, but you get the message. He's going to be punished. Is it important that people see this? Absolutely, because speaking about the fine subtleties of crypto, it's just beyond many, many people, me included. Don't get me wrong. I don't even pretend to understand everything about crypto. The big picture issues, yes, I get it, but the finer detail. And so the drive-by issues like Comey are important to the people. That's what they're going to be celebrating, say, for example, on the 4th of July, simply because they're not going to take down, I wouldn't see them taking down everybody in the Russiagate. But in terms of this issue needs to be addressed and this one and this, let's pick the major issues and let's get wins across those major issues. So deep down, the people in the United States across the various demographic and psychographic groups they represent, there's something in it for everybody. The people that like the big picture, they'll be satisfied. The people that like the little picture, they'll be satisfied. The people that want the goss on who did what to whom and when, they'll be satisfied. But you won't be getting all the Russiagate people arrested. Just enough, this is the way I'd play it, if I was sitting around the table, just enough for everybody to walk away from that particular episode and say, wow, that was a great show. Similarly with what we're seeing now, we love what's happening. We know what's going to happen. We want to see it, but what we want to see is very, very different. And so in terms of what DJT, the White Hats, and have been projecting out to the population of the globe, and you've got to understand, this is global. They have had to meet the needs and desires of so many different psychographic and demographic groups internationally. So everybody gets something out of it. So if you're sitting there wondering, well, why did they put that in? I don't understand why DJT said that or did. That doesn't make sense. It's silly. That's because it wasn't meant for you. It was meant for somebody else that wants to know that. So leading up to now, what's going to happen with Comey? Again, the typical Bosie long answer to a short question. My apologies. What's happening with Comey is that's important because there are people that want to see Comey go down because they know that he's a bad man and they need to see that happen. And do they care about crypto? Yeah, but that's for somebody else to worry about. I want Comey to go down and I want it to happen before July 4 or whatever. So there'll be enough. If you pick the sort of the top tier of issues that need to be addressed, my guess is there'll be enough in each of those tiers that will be addressed before July 4. Which ones I can't say, but enough. So everybody then has something genuine to celebrate on that wonderful day. And they'll remember it for the rest of their lives. They really will. It's going to be fantastic.
Okay, President Trump, as for my promise to you, the Department of War has released the first tranche of UFO UAP files to the public for their review and study. In an effort for complete and maximum transparency, what a concept, it was my honor to direct my administration to identify and provide government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, unidentified aerial phenomenon, and unidentified flying objects. Whereas previous administrations, boom, have failed to be transparent on this subject. With these new documents and videos, the people can decide for themselves what the hell is going on. Have fun and enjoy. President Donald J. Trump, and I encourage everyone to go to ward/UFO at the conclusion of this show. This is extraordinary. And again, I'll refer back to the conversation of consequence I had with Dr. Jerome Corsi. He had a lot to say about this as well, and the formation of Space Force, which to some extent began during JFK and certainly now fully, well, not fully, but revealed, released, and being utilized in many capacities. But I find this extraordinary that we're visiting this subject now. What's your take on that? I mean, let's put up the next image. This will be interesting. Put up the next image to our producer, and then we'll unleash Ricardo to comment on all this. There it is. Okay, now this was a screenshot, Rick, of the actual video. I'm sure you've seen it, of the president with these men in suits and the military man in uniform there. You can see what looks like a military base behind the president, and they were walking. And here's this sort of some fashion or the chained, off-planet entity. Call him, her, it, what you choose. President Trump posts an image of himself walking a chained gray alien at what looks like a military base on his Truth Social account. Now, that previous post I just read and this, what's happening here?
I love it. Okay, big picture, biggest of big pictures. You might recall that Werner von Braun's secretary, and Werner von Braun was the Nazi scientist that created the V1, V2 rockets that were hitting London during World War II. And he was part of Operation Paperclip, like many other Nazis that were allowed into the US and then used to advance US-based cabal operations. Not US operations, US-based cabal. Like Heinrich Müller, head of the Gestapo, apparently. He was recruited in Switzerland and came to the US and worked in as part of Operation Paperclip to advance cabal-based ops in the US. And so Werner von Braun told his secretary, the last thing that we'll do will be, the last thing that will happen will be a fake alien invasion, and they're going to be that'll be the last move of the cabal. And so that's out there. So what DJT is doing here, he's getting ahead of the curve. He's taking control, as they have done consistently from the beginning. They know what the narrative was going to be, the cabal-led narrative, and they jumped in front at every turn and then directed it to their favor. This is exactly that. They know that the cabal was planning the fake alien invasion. And what's DJT? He's actually got himself in the picture. This is brilliant. I love this. Whoever composed the shot is brilliant. He's got himself in the picture with this very, sort of buff-looking alien. But the buff-looking alien is in chains. So what's the message there? DJT's in control of the whole ET issue. And they don't like being called aliens. They like being called ETs. So we've got the image here is that DJT is in charge of the entire ET issue, which is a com to the remaining black hats saying we are really out. I mean, not only did we lose the money, we've even lost our last move, which is going to be the alien ET card. And so that's all it is. It's just a continuation of the same procedure they have used for many years now. Know what the adversary is going to do, get a hold of it, jump in front of it, lead it in the direction they want, and make sure that they can minimize any downside that was intended by black hats. And this is the same. And we're going to find out there are extraterrestrials. We are going to find out that they've been on this piece of rock for a long, long time, much longer than we can imagine. We're going to find out there are ET tech that's been reverse engineered and flown by US pilots for a long time. We're going to find out a whole bunch of things, but he intelligently said, hey, I'll release the files and you can make up your own mind. Now, is everything going to come out at once? No, of course not. It'll come out at a rate that is digestible. Now, what do I mean by that? Just the existence of other life forms will be difficult for a lot of fundamentalist religions, Christians included, but not just Christians, because they view anything that's not of this earth as it's either demonic or angelic, and there's nothing in between. And so they've got to make sure that what isn't made available is not going to destabilize these very key groups too quickly. Over time, as people pass, and we're talking generations now, as generations pass, and the younger generations that grew up with the idea, they're not so challenged. The older generations, they're going to find some difficulty. As they pass, more and more come out. This will happen over decades, and eventually, maybe in 100 years, so what's that, 4 or 5 generations, more and more truth will have come out. And lots going to come out. Enough's going to come out to shake people. But there's a lot that needs to be held back.
Stone, he's an amazing speaker internationally, and we've done a lot of shows together. We've done a lot of opportunities for people in the past. This, I think, is probably one of the best financial opportunities in the world right now. And I don't say that lightly, and Sasha is going to bring us up to speed to that. We got a great, roundtable here. So Sasha, take it.
Thanks, Michael, and I'll second what you just said, except I'll qualify the fact that it almost certainly is the very best in the world offering right now. Anyone involved in sovereignty and consciousness understands that we've arrived at an existential crossroad civilizationally. We all know this is it. This is the vector. This is the dateline zero where we make a conscious determination to step off the playing field of the kingdom of the devil and move into the new emergent revelation. We are not participating in sacrificial harvest. We're not participating in blood economy. We will not be taking the knee to Caesar and rendering coin when all that coin does is manufacture icons like Jeffrey goddamn Epstein and that pantheon of hideous false gods that come out of the status quo. And I'm talking about the silicon billionaires, the crypto billionaires, all of that godless theater, which is frankly just financial Hollywood. Good people don't aspire to that stuff. We are just wanting to begin the process of moving around the surface of the earth unmolested and able to conduct our business as children of God. That's it. Transacting without being molested by Babylonian priesthoods masquerading as government or as institutions or as the compliances or the trade and the shipping and the customs and the excise. All of that stuff is engineered to cock-block humanity from being able to freely transact. End of story. And until we can freely transact and restore and reclaim our own autonomy and sovereignty in free exchange, which is basically our time, our motion, our life force equals coin, equals money, equals fiat. And so long as that fiat, that money, that coin is going to be butchered and bastardized and fleeced and heisted by the third-party intervention, by the Babylonian priest banker class, by all the institutions that are rigged to literally eat us alive, until we step out of that and break those contracts, we will continue to be fodder. We will continue to be eaten alive by the status quo. So that's why for the last couple of years, my team have been fastidiously in the basement building a new tracking system or rail system upon which we can now begin our autonomous sovereign banking and exchange and transacting. And that is where you're actually the first. We're bringing you in at the premiere, at the front end of this new paradigm financial system. Anyone can go to newearthx.com. So newearthx.com is the primary gateway. It is an exchange. It is a crypto bank. The fiat bank goes online Q3 of this year. There is crypto banking and there is fiat banking. There is also trading and commodities, and there is the wallet system through which we're able to transact without being cock-blocked. And that's the piece we're speaking to today, to your intuitive warrior movement across Middle America and around the world. This is where you take that first conscious step outside of the kingdom of the devil and into autonomous sovereign banking, where your money can never, or your assets can never be got at by the bankster class when they choose to pull the rug on the banks, when they choose to trigger runs on the bank. All of that witchery is a thing of the past, but you have to now switch into the New Earth system. And here, on this call are two of the lead developers behind this extraordinary offering. It's called a ghost wallet. Of course, the regulatory authorities and the bankster class do not like this stuff. They're doing everything that they can to rally statutory and ordinances and statutory compliances to make it impossible for us. They want to see everything. They want to be sniffing our underpants every minute of every day and seeing exactly what we're spending our money on. Why? Because Caesar in the clouds still thinks that Caesar owns us, which he doesn't. Never did. It's all a mind game. So here is the mechanism. It's called the New Earth Ghost Wallet. And the QR code here is the Michael Jaco Intuitive Warrior Ghost Wallet. And inside that Ghost Wallet, which is the exchange, is your own capacity to do your own banking completely out of surveillance. You are able to, at this point, take autonomous sovereign banking and movement of your own prosperity forward the way you choose to do it. Joe Swanee here and Johnny Chomsky, both in the office in Southern Africa, which is where the center of our financial activities are. Surprise, surprise. Africa is the cornerstone of the global economy. Just ask Donald Trump and Xi Jinping and Putin. They'll all explain that to you.
Yes, Michael, thank you for having us, first of all. So any Ghost Wallet is a offline, decentralized, self-custodial wallet. Okay, so it's basically the first of its kind. It's been developed in-house. It's got a 7-layered security system attached to it. It has 15,000 different types of chains and tokens on it, crypto chains and tokens that you can swap for internally in the wallet itself. It also comes with a wonderful little aspect of a Visa virtual card. So that allows you to spend USDT crypto essentially at any market or store globally, flights, hotels, daily expenditure, groceries, fuel, that you can spend from your crypto account. So, which also keeps your spending private. So this wallet has multiple functions, and it's also attached directly to New Earth X's web platform that you can browse, go through. You can log into your profile there, top up your cards, and you can obviously also get to the crypto banking system, as it's coming soon. This will also then allow you to access it via biometrics. So you've got facial or two-step authentication. You also have your basic login on the system, but you can add extra members as well. If you have a wife or a lawyer or someone that needs to have access in a later stage to protect your funds. But the nice thing about the Ghost Wallet, and this is why we call it the Ghost Wallet, is that it puts you in control as an user. So you as the owner of your device owns your device biometrically. You own your device's keys. You own the funds on your device and nobody else. So it can't get frozen by governments. It can't get frozen by anybody that external parties. It puts you in control. That's basically what it does.
At that point, you are completely hidden and invisible, which is exactly how it should be. And Michael, if you want to just pull up the image of the card, the demo of the Intuitive Warrior Visa card, because again, that dongle or that thumb drive Ghost Wallet is a tap and pay unit itself. But you can also extend it obviously into your Apple Pay, whatever, and your phone, and have the virtual card there. We're also bringing proper card, physical cards online for those people who want them. But honestly, 99% of people are using tap and pay with their telephones nowadays. So you have the option of using your phone. Every person that comes in now in this community, within Michael Jaco's community, all of the people who come in, their friends and family start coming into this. It's immediately, day one, starting to build a closed loop commonwealth. For you guys, every single customer or follower or member of Jaco's network are going to become beneficiaries. Every single time you tap to pay a micro dividend that would otherwise go to the bankers, the transaction fees, a micro dividend is going to go back into your Ghost Wallet from every single time you tap or pay on anything. A micro dividend will also go toward the New Earth Exchange treasury, and a micro dividend is also going to the Michael Jaco Intuitive Warrior treasury to build the network forward. So that's how we're creating this commonwealth. The New Earth Exchange benefits, the Intuitive Warrior network benefits, and the user benefits with every single tap and pay usage of the card. People come in, they can just sign up as an affiliate. We only do 2 levels because we have no interest in pyramid schemes. We have no interest in multi-level marketing and all that stuff. That is of no consequence or interest to us. But we do bring in a 2-tier system precisely in order to let every single member or follower of your network who comes on board, they can then bring their friends, family, factory workers. You can build your own community, pass the word, spread the, pass the light, and the more people you bring in under you, you will get a micro dividend of every single tap and pay that they ever do through this system. So you will have a passive income almost overnight. And if you really work to spread the gospel of this 0-point economy, this new commonwealth where we take money back from the banksters and put it into our own communities, when you finally get that and the light bulb goes on, we should all be out there every single day proselytizing, evangelizing this system. Because this is the first time it's ever happened that we're able to build a commonwealth like this for ourselves on the existing rails of the so-called banking and financial system.
Yeah, this is fantastic. We've talked for hours about this on the back end. So I got very excited about it because one thing I noticed with the truckers in Canada and so forth, they had their account seized. You won't have your account seized because
correct,
you control your money. And when I saw how much the banksters are making every time you use your credit card, and you're going to get that now, I'm like, holy moly! No wonder they're protecting this. So this has huge potential for all of us.
Right now, what I'd like to do is have Johnny open up his screen and show the Michael Jaco's gateway, so to speak, in the New Earth Exchange, and just walk everyone through how you can onboard.
All right, thanks, Michael, for having us. Thanks, Sasha. So, based on the QR code we saw there on Joe's screen, so you'll scan the QR code, it will take you over to this page. As you can see, it's a very beautiful page for Michael. So obviously just explaining a bit about Michael and his history. So there's an option here where you can as well click here. It will then take you through to a login screen if you have not logged in or signed up yet. You'll do obviously your initial sign up. Once you sign up, you obviously get affiliated to Michael Jaco's network. So you'll fall under him as an affiliate. It's just a bit more about him. And then it's at the bottom, as well as the wallet. So you can also as well switch over. It will take you to where you can purchase a wallet. And then you can just purchase a wallet through here.
Very good. So the $2.99 USD is the cost of the wallet. And it gets sent to you. I believe we had some issues with shipping. Surprise, surprise. The usual FedEx, DHL channels started screwing up all the shipping in the last couple of weeks. So we've swung saddles. Joe, speak to that. We're now sending bulk consignment to the different continents, and then they're getting sent on from there. So what's the shipping turnaround now?
Our shipping turnarounds now is running between, roughly between 7 to 12 days from shipment for delivery. And it's also getting shipped directly from our main factory where everything is being produced now and loaded up and so on. I also just need to specify that a $2.99 includes your virtual Visa card. So that comes, you actually get your wallet and you get your card with a $10 balance on it already loaded.
So there's money loaded onto it, so you can immediately go out and buy a cappuccino and just check that it's working. Okay.
There we go.
So let's just, Michael, is it okay if I just take on some of these questions that I'm seeing?
Yeah, sure.
Great. So you're saying $2.99 is very reasonable. It's a great deal. Yep. Thank you for that salient, sensible comment. Is the Ghost wallet physical or digital or both? It is both. Joe, speak to that, but that's one of the questions.
Yes, so it's a hardware device, USB, as you see in the pictures that we're showing you here. Here's one of the devices. So it comes in this box. It's a biometric device. Yeah, so you put your thumbprint on it to activate, to get access to the software in the first place. Yeah, it is, and it's got six other layers of security when you log into it as well. But you get your wallet without any address or created wallet on it. As soon as you have registered your wallet and gone into it, you are the first person to create your wallet, so you are the first person to see your seed phrase as well.
It's like your own bank, and we've talked about how eventually we're and who knows, maybe pretty soon here, how you can put a lot of assets into that, so they can be protected and can't be stolen or whatever. So very, very powerful.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, let's just get through to some more questions. This is a pure sales pitch, guys, question mark. If you want to look at it that way, you're welcome to it. I would look at it as the benediction from the heavens, actually, and insane amounts of hard work by incredibly noble people who've spent years actually working around the satanic system in order to help people like you and your family and your grandchildren get into a better world and get onto better tracks of autonomous sovereign banking. So again, this is the line in the sand where we can step out and step into autonomous sovereign new earth banking. And we have treaties that we're undertaking with sovereign kingdoms around the world. I can speak to that in a little while. And then someone's asking about, is this foolproof to scammers and hackers? And the short answer is, so far, yes. Weeks ago, the guys set up a hackathon, and anyone out there is invited to jump into the hackathon. There is the first New Earth wallet was put up on that hackathon with money in it. So if you can hack your way into it, you can have the money. So Joe, I don't know how you want to play that, but where can hackers go and try and jump in?
Well, it is currently on Atomic's X profile, but what we can do is we can spread it out to more social networks. I mean, I'm not afraid at all. We can put it everywhere.
And let me just say that if you can hack into our system, you've got a job with us day one. All right.
Definitely.
No one can hack it so far. I'm just having a look at more questions here.
Because it is an incredible opportunity, guys. Unbelievable. I'm so excited about this. One of the most exciting things, like Sasha said, you've been working on for years. And this could be the last window that we have before they come in and basically enslave us into their system.
Indeed. So someone else is asking, moving from an interest-bearing debt currency to a wealth-based currency, from economic servitude to liberation. It's a good way of putting it. It's moving from complete surveillance and a subjugation into full spectrum autonomy and sovereignty. That's entirely correct. That's exactly what it is. It's historic. It's utterly pioneering. It is a grotesque threat to the status quo. But then Donald J. Trump is a grotesque threat to the status quo. Vladimir Putin's a threat to the status quo. All threats to the status quo are very necessary and needful right now, because this is the moment in time where we're taking down the old Khazarian mafiosi systems. Someone else is saying, boom, 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 hope it's not a Ponzi scheme. Well, Peggy, I think what you mean is Ponzi. I don't know what a Ponzi scheme is, but hope away. Of course, it's not a Ponzi scheme. I think Michael's a little smarter than that. I think I'm a little smarter than that. But we're all of us wary of these kinds of schemes. That is why we wouldn't entertain a multi-level marketing scenario here. No interest in that. The reason why we're allowing a two-tier affiliate system is for you. It doesn't help us. It's us giving dividends to you. So our two-tier system invites anyone on the street to be able to participate. That's the extension of kindness and grace from us as the bank, so to speak. So that's why I say, please try and see this in a different way. The two-tier affiliate system is how you create a commonwealth in your own domestic life, in your own individual life, in your own business. Because if you're a business and you've got a couple of hundred people working in the factory, this is an ideal space for you to create a social economy, inward-looking one, where it creates abundance and profit comes into the commonwealth of your company or your movement.
Can you speak more to the future of this enterprise? Where do you see it in 5 to 10 years in terms of growth and potential?
As far as I'm concerned, we are developing the entire New Earth X banking system and financial services ecosystem is all being built and developed right now in order to service every single element and aspect of the planetary economy. So it's only going to be for conscious people who understand sovereignty. They'll move into this track system. Other people who are fraidy cats and who think that the government is there to serve them, those kind of people are not going to be coming into this emergent new economy. That's for sure. So, you know, this in a sense is a bifurcation for those people, the meek who inherit the earth. How the hell do the meek inherit the earth if they can't actually sustain their own commonwealth and their own capacity to move freely unmolested and to transact freely without being fleeced by a blood economy-based inflationary system, which claims that it owns you from birth and claims that it owns all of your benefits and that you just get given whatever the state decrees. That's the old order of things, and that's what's dying. Where are we going in 5 years from now? Into a 0-point economy altogether, where there will be zero inflation, where the micronations that we are already negotiating now in different parts of the world and beginning to institute, those micronations fall within the umbrella of the New Earth Coalition, which is an ecclesiastically protected universal trust. Actually, it's about 3 or 4 dozen irrevocable universal trusts nested into an umbrella universal trust, which is a diocese. It's an ecclesiastic, it's a church, a planetary church in that sense. And we carry that those ecclesiastical privileges and protections in exactly the same way that the Vatican City does, or the Catholic Church does, in exactly the same way that the Crown of England and the City of London have granted themselves special dispensation, special protections through their ecclesiastical corporation soul, the same as Basel, Switzerland, and the same as Washington, District of Columbia. These are independently, privately owned corporate, fiefdoms, principalities. So we've simply emulated at the jurisdictional and lawful and legal level, we have simply replicated that. So we cannot be attacked by those engines because they would be attacking the premise of their own enterprise. And that's taken us years to establish this. But the actual banking mechanisms and the lending mechanisms and the trading and commodities platforms, all of which are underway right now, well underway within the New Earth Exchange. And all these are going online between now and the end of this year. Example, because that was a great question you asked, where we're going 5 years. I'm going to try and break it down simply. As of today, we have over $300 billion worth of government-sanctioned projects which are in line vying to be listed on the New Earth Exchange. So that's a long process. It's a big process. We're building the team up right now, but those are bona fides. So the exchange itself, we are being approached by big corporations and institutions, as well as small ones, and governments saying, well, we can't get loans from the IMF or the World Bank or in the normal through the normal channels any longer. We need to build a new bridge. We need to build a new highway. We need to build a new college, agricultural college, or whatever it is. Or we need to bring in industrial hemp, or we need to clean up the coral with bioremediation. Whatever those projects are, as long as they've got a study, a business plan, and a feasibility study to them, they can then be listed on the New Earth Exchange and tokenized. So that's what we do. And that's why we've got so much interest from these developing nations saying, hey, we'd rather tokenize and list our projects on your exchange than try and go and get loans from the bank. So that's something which is very exciting and moving forward. On the commodities side of it, we've got our own scouts and agents on the ground, principally in Africa, because that's the cornerstone of the world economy when it relates to, diamonds and gold and all of that stuff, the commodities. What we are promoting and proselytizing like evangelists is for ethical mining, to not bring up the gold, not bring up the emeralds and the diamonds where we don't need to. We simply need to know where they are, do the spectral analysis, lock and load the value of those mineral assets, and then tokenize them using the locked assets as the collateral. That's lawful, legal business. So we're emulating what's out there. We're doing it in a new way. How? With the relationships that we've got with sovereign kingdoms and the indigenous world. These are the new leaders that are now standing up and reclaiming Africa for Africans, Asia for Asians, Central America for Central Americans. That's the big stand-up that's happening. And Trump and Xi Jinping are paving the way for it, people. We're dealing with 287 kingdoms. And we are having the conversation about how they can bring their land forward, and we can help to monetize, help to tokenize, assetize. They're land rich, cash poor, right? Like most Mexicans, like most people in the developing world. They were given land, but no means to do anything with it. That was a nice move by the globalist agenda. So now these land rich people, realizing that through spectral analysis, we can see underground kilometers. In fact, our New Earth commodities team, our technology access is 12 kilometers underground. I believe that's ahead of the US military, incidentally, Michael. We can see 12 kilometers underground with our partners in Germany. So the fact is, we can see where the gold is and the diamonds, the emeralds, okay, and get those certified. And then once we've certified those deposits, we can use them as a collateral, launch a prosperity coin for that kingdom. Do you understand? Backed by their own locked assets in the soil. That's the breakthrough. Can you imagine how many billions, possibly trillions of dollars worth of real world assets through real world relationships that we are actually building forward? And people who know my work know I've spent 20 years working on hereditary redemption. People who know my work know that New Earth unified all the ancient sultanates and kingdoms of Southeast Asia in 2019 in the most historic event at New Earth Haven in Bali. So we're in the middle of that game. We've got those relationships. As we now begin to tokenize and assetize the kingdoms of the sovereign kingdoms of the world, that becomes a real economic basis. And so that is where we can afford to say things like, well, as we grow with this collateral base, with the New Earth Exchange, New Earth X, we will simply deflate the inflated economy so that everyone stepping into this ecclesiastical diocese, this protectorate space with micronations in Tennessee and all around the world, communities can plug and play into the 0-point metric.
How about the EBS? How about Nasara Jasara? How about the med beds? How long have we been waiting, guys? We have to get involved. This is the way that we can break free from a very corrupt system, like we're saying, before it gets to the point where there is no breaking away from it. So who knows? Maybe we'll inspire the QFS, but we'll have a better system going forward. So this is why we're all of us here. I mean, these gentlemen are staying up super late. They're in South Africa, and the times are a lot different. So, we're going to continue to bring you great information. The link will basically get, because a lot of people are like, how do I find out more about this? And the link will give you lots of deep information and allow you to sign up and whatever you want to do. So I think this is going to be, there we go. And now you're, yeah, perfect. So now you'll be able to get the link. So let's see. Yep, it works. So get that link that's on there right now, the QR code, guys, and that'll get you in to begin your, your discovery. If you feel, motivated, trust your heart, trust your intuition, get involved. I'm fully on board. Obviously, Sasha's fully on board. These gentlemen are fully on board. They have a huge team, and they have a lot of big time players that are super involved in this already. So this is the moment to respond, get on board. So the social security deposit insurance, depository insurance. So people, and that's huge. If you have a security recipient that wants to get involved. Thank you.
Yes.
Wow. And so how would they, get their payments, or how would any kind of payment,
Great point. Well, let's look at it, Joe. As Social Security has already had its taxes, right? So all you would need to do, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Joe, I'm not the technician, and you and the bankers and traders are, but on the team. But the Social Security coming in, you would simply buy US digital tokens, USDT, correct? You would simply
Yes.
flip your fiat into USDT,
Into
easily
your
enough
wallet.
done with a push of a button, into your wallet. You're now invisible. And now that monies that you're accumulating in your Intuitive Warrior Ghost wallet, that is will never be seen again or surveilled by anyone. So as you use that to tap and pay forward in life, micro dividends and bank fees, so to speak, are coming back into your wallet and into the Intuitive Warrior's treasury.
And those bank fees are also less that we charge on our transactions than what banks charge. So that's another bonus point. And I just need to add here something that I've seen running through quite a lot. Crypto is something that needs to be educated, yes. So we will offer a platform whereby we'll do videos and updates on how to properly onboard, use the system, spend it, give some education. We know a lot of people is not a crypto fundis, you know, they're still learning, and a lot of people's got negative impacts from crypto before, because crypto isn't essentially a scene where a lot of scammers takes place. So it's got a bad reputation in some senses. But what we're doing here is, remember, we don't have any control nobody's funds. Your funds is in your wallet. Your wallet's on the blockchain. So you can't lose your funds as well. It's permanently there. Your wallet's holding your keys. You've got access to that. And I think that little snippet will explain a lot of things to a lot of questions that was just asked in the last half an hour. But that's basically how the system works. But the difference between this wallet that we're offering you guys is, number one, it's got a Visa attached to it. Number two, it's offline. There's no database, there's no server, there's no outside connection besides your device and where you use it. That's it.
And that's beautiful. And like you guys were saying, you could have somebody else on your your card as well, and they could have their fingerprint or whatever and use it. Like I would have my wife use it, or she could have her own, and we both could have access to each other's cards to help, for whatever, reason, emergency, whatever. But that's another outstanding benefit from this system as well.
Okay, so again, I'll just recap for people. If you onboard, you're paying less by using a New Earth Intuitive Warrior card, a tap and pay. You are paying less interest in the first instance because we're lower than anyone else in the interest rate. Secondly, every single time you do tap and pay, you will be creating a micro dividend that comes back into your Ghost wallet, one that goes into the Intuitive Warrior Treasury wallet, Ghost wallet, and one that will go into the New Earth Exchange treasury as well. So that is the new Commonwealth we are creating amongst ourselves, and it's small, it's incremental, but when you start dealing with bigger networks of people, and anyone here can go and get other people and other networks on board under them, and you will make micro dividends from them. So that essentially is the feedback loop. That's the technology. And as I said, in Tennessee at our New Earth Tennessee event, Midsummer's Day, we're going to be unveiling the big bank, and that'll be going online third quarter of this year. Third quarter. So during the third quarter, the Fiat Bank will be going online. So we've got crypto bank, Fiat Bank, Ghost wallet, transaction systems, merchant systems coming online as well later this year, as well as the full New Earth Exchange. Anyone here can go to newearthx.com, and newearthx.com will show them the lily pad for the entire ecosystem.
So somebody's asking, when is the Tennessee event? You got
Midsummer's Day, June 20th, 21st.
Oh, nice. Okay. Very good. Yeah. Look forward to that. So that's going to be participatory. It's going to be broadcast, or people can come to it. How's that going to work?
Last year, Michael, we did this big event with, Sheriff Richard Mack and Laura Eisenhower, and Daniel Brinkley turned up. We had a lot of people turn up, and we had many paramount indigenous and hereditary leaders and kings from around the world came in on the big screen at the same time. It was a 5-hour proclamation event on the 21st, and on the 20th, the evening of the Midsummer's Day, we had the consecration event with the hereditary elders and leaders, emphasis the Cherokee Nation, because of course that part of Tennessee is Cherokee, which is why we call the New Earth land and the sanctuary there, we call it New Earth Tanasi, Tanasi, which is the name that the Cherokee historically called it. That's what Tennessee derived from. And so we've reconstituted that 66 odd acres, tethering it back to the Genesis treaties of the indigenous peoples going back 1,500 years. It was a powerful event. And this year is just about unveiling the master plan. Now we've had a year since we did the proclamation, and now we're unveiling the master plan for because we've begun groundbreaking on the project. So it's really more the community coming in, and I just thought, because I'm coming in and the others are flying in, I thought we'd use that as the premise to unveil the New Earth Bank as well on Midsummer's Day, symbolically.
Very good. Yeah. Look forward to that event. We'll broadcast that and put that information out as we get more of it. So thanks so much, gentlemen, for coming in and sharing this. All right, guys. Thanks a lot. Great show, and look forward to sharing more of this in the future.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. It's time. They tried to frame me. They slandered me. They tried to bankrupt me. They tried to arrest me. They ran a coup on me. They stole an election from me. They tried to assassinate me. Now it's my turn. Time to nail these seditious traitors to the wall. President Donald J. Trump. Judy note, why, in taking down the Illuminati deep state cabal, Q said Israel will be last? Answer. The pretend Jews of Zionist Israel have been the command center for the UK Crown, Vatican, and US Inc. global agenda that sought total control over humanity. Israel was the very evil heartbeat of these Satan-worshipping elites, which, while hiding in the shadows, controlled the mainstream media narrative to their own advantage. These deep state planned a complete global financial crisis to set a stage where every move could be monitored, every bit of food controlled, every financial transaction tracked, every dissenting voice silenced. The deep state's end game was clear. They wanted to push the world into a crisis so severe that the public would beg for their prepackaged solution, a one-world government, digital currency, and total surveillance. Israel, backed by Zionist elites and the Khazarian mafia, has also run along with the Vatican that blackmailed politicians to shape political policies and agendas for their own evil purposes. These policies included financing both sides of wars they created for their own financial gain. Israel, along with the UK Crown, has been a fortress of the Rothschild banking dynasty that shaped and owned policies of the U.S. Federal Reserve and IRS to drive the global financial system. Their influence manipulating world economies and keeping whole nations in check. The world needed cleansing of its satanic influences if we were to survive as a nation and as a people. With so much corruption going on around the globe, military was the only way. It would begin with a takedown of the U.S. Inc. government. Due to massive voter fraud in the 2020 election, all elected federal and state officials' positions, as well as any legislation they passed, would soon be considered null and void, opening the door to military law until a new election could be held. Such has been verified through an official military count of watermarked ballots done at the very same time of the 2020 election count. Additionally, Congress certified the 2020 election without investigating over 50 legally submitted allegations of voter fraud. The CIA and Democratic Party was discovered to have worked with the Chinese Communist Party and 65 foreign countries, including Venezuela, to control U.S. voting infrastructure in at least 28 states, including 7 key states and over 600 county polling locations, to swing the 2020 election to Biden. The CCP leveraged financial, non-governmental, and foreign allies to acquire influence on compromised electronic voting machines, resulting in millions of invalid ballots being used in the 2020 election. Recently, a widespread nationwide Democrat vote buying ring was exposed. Dems and secret rhinos were paying the poor on the streets $5 to $8 per ballot to rig elections. Undercover footage has caught hired guns openly bragging, "I'm bringing in 3,500 votes. He was paying me $5,000 a month. Now it's $8,000. Even judges and Texas Republicans were caught secretly working for Democrats while funneling thousands of fake ballots. The storm is upon us. Temporary martial law now live. White hats in full control, who report that within the next day or two, 7 trumpets will sound on every cell phone, tablet, and device worldwide. 10 days of communication darkness incoming and internet down, banks offline, and military apps deployed for secure emergency contact. Prepare with food, cash, and essentials for possible 10-day lockdown while the global military alliance made final mass arrests. Over 50,000 deep state traders were headed to, or were already, at Gitmo. Monday, May 25th, situation update. Byington bombshell report. Trump, the storm is upon us. A Moab is about to drop. The republic has been restored. EBS blackout, martial law lockdowns. Monday, May 23rd, 2026, martial law unleashed. The military's silent takeover. EBS alerts looming in redemption centers, our last hope. Juana Savin on Telegram. The storm is here. America's streets are filled with military boots as a shadowy force tightens its grip on our nation. This is no drill. It's happening now. As martial law spreads across 360 cities, the question is, what's the end game? The purge begins. Mass arrests in the fall of the deep state. Across the country, from California to New England, thousands of deep state operatives are being rounded up. Over 15,000 in California, 8,600 in the Northeast. These are not just numbers. They are the first wave of justice. The military's presence isn't just for show. It's a calculated move to cleanse the nation of those who have betrayed us. Human trafficking rings are being dismantled, and children are being rescued in horrifying numbers. Navy SEALs storming an oil tanker off San Francisco, saving 433 kids is just the beginning. The horrors they have uncovered will shock you to your core. Martial law. Your city could be next. The military is already entrenched in problematic cities, especially those with strong Antifa and BLM presences. The air is thick and tension. Will you be confined to your home under the guise of safety? The emergency broadcast system is looming, and when it hits, it will be swift and silent. The digital world will go dark, and the new era will begin. EBS survival. Prepare now or pay later. Essentials. Stock up on water, non-perishable food, and meds. Pharmacies will be closed, and your medical records inaccessible. Cash. ATMs won't work. Credit cards will be useless. Have cash on hand to survive the blackout. Mental fortitude. The shock will be overwhelming. Stay calm, think clearly, and help those who are paralyzed by fear. The unveiling. Disclosures and the death of deception. When the EBS ends, the truth will flood out. Military tribunals, public executions, and revelations that will shake you to your core. This isn't a movie. It's real, and it's coming to your screen. The corrupt cities from LA to New York will be exposed in ways you never imagined. A new dawn. The quantum financial revolution. As the world descends into chaos, a financial revolution is about to flip everything upside down. Redemption centers and quantum financial access cards will replace the old corrupt system. Your wealth, secured and mirrored on the quantum financial system, will be safe. But this isn't just about money. It's about purity of heart. To access this new financial realm, you must embody forgiveness and unconditional love. For those holding Zim bonds, the path is even more intricate. Redemption centers will guide you, but secrecy is key. NDAs will keep the process under wraps. And payouts could stretch over 25 years. This is about stability, not greed. The final countdown. Prepare for the new age. The world as we know it is ending, and a new reality is being born. Only those who are prepared will thrive. The old world is crumbling, and from its ashes a new age of transparency and abundance is emerging. Stay vigilant. The storm is here, and it's only going to get stronger. The time to act is now. Spread this message, prepare for the changes, and step into the future where the people, not the elites, hold the power. The revolution is here. Be on the right side of history. Global Currency Reset. Judy note. To my knowledge, no one has been privy to the exact information about when Tier 4B will be notified to set redemption exchange appointments. That is the decision of 1 to 2 people, one being President Trump. We only know notification will be around the time of EBS activation and likely during the 10 days of communication darkness.
Judy note.
What we think we know as of Tuesday, May 26th. Monday, May 25th, former U.S. Naval Intelligence Officer Milton William Cooper alleged that President John F. Kennedy was killed by Secret Service agent William Greer, the driver of the presidential limousine, rather than Lee Harvey Oswald acting alone. Just a side note, Commander Thor has told us this a few years ago, that it was the driver. He turned around and shot him. In 2001, just weeks before the attacks, Cooper predicted that a major terrorist strike on a U.S. city would occur, and that Osama bin Laden would be immediately blamed for it. He warned something terrible is going to happen, and whatever happens, they're going to blame it on Osama bin Laden. Don't believe it? William Cooper, only months after making the prediction, Nasara Jasara activated on Telegram. And Monday, May 25th, J6 prisoners demand compensation, and rightfully so. Pardoned J6 defendants are demanding full compensation from Trump's $1.77 6B anti-weaponization fund, claiming political persecution. They say Biden-era prosecutions destroyed their lives. Sometimes some of them committed suicide. That's how heartbroken they were, how sad and desperate. I mean, just awful. Families and finances, now they demand government accountability and to be paid in full. I agree. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. This weekend, the Department of Justice erased J6 from the internet. The DOJ deleted every press release, every charge, every conviction related to January 6 from their website. Gone. 1,500 plus cases, years of records exposed. The government that did it just admitted it was a lie. Every judge, prosecutor who prosecuted and sentenced them, every outlet that called them insurrectionists. That goes with a lot of media. They had a big part in this. Exposed. There's the Telegram link. Judy note, I don't know about you, but I thoroughly agree that J6 prisoners should have adequate compensation for what these patriots were put through. But I think the money should directly come from the Democratic National Party and their leader, Nancy Pelosi, who planned and executed the whole fiasco. And perhaps we should add the Washington, D.C. police and mainstream media as perpetrators who not only covered up, but blatantly participated in the J6 crimes. We need to make them responsible for what they have done to innocent people and for depriving us all of our freedom of speech. Monday, May 25th, bombshell expose. The dark secrets of Washington, D.C., the occult symbols and hidden agendas controlling America.
Morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. My first story of the day is Trump is reportedly removing Government Pride Month celebrations and shutting down DEI programs. These programs were created to promote equal opportunities in school, workplaces and government. Some Americans support ending them, saying jobs should be based on merit. Others say removing them is a huge step backwards. America is divided once again. What's your view?
Well, it's very interesting because they're very, very quick to publish. Oh, lots of people are going, 50,000 people are going to this Pride rally. And yet a rally that was 10 times bigger with Tommy Robinson got very little coverage. And it shows what side of the fence they're on, but it's a question. This is all part of the process to wake people up. Pride and their theory is not God's plan. Let that sink in. It's not God's plan. It's man's plan. And it's completely against what's in the Bible. Completely against it. And there's a reason why they're doing this. Is because they call themselves the elites, believe that they are God. They are the gods. Well, they are. But their God is Satan. I've reminded you of this. And these people are fighting for power. They would love, and they will try with Project Bluebeam, to bring in aliens that are in the sky, that is their gods. That is the Antichrist. These people are truly evil. And the only way that you'll be able to tell the difference between good and evil is if you're awake. Because it's all about frequency. It's not about, I've asked ChatGPT, I've asked AI, I've asked this, I've asked that. We all need to connect to what's within us, to connect to God. That's the only place you'll find truth. The only place. You won't find it in Google, in Siri, in Alexa, in ChatGPT. You won't find it there. All that is another managed form of information. The truth you find within, not without. My next story, we're currently watching the complete collapse of the City of London and the exposure of the City of London. Most people were completely oblivious to how much control they had. All of this has been running now for 250 years, from 1776. This is all part of the dismantling of a very, very corrupt system. And we're watching it all be dismantled from the inside out. As I said yesterday, there's a lot of things going on that you cannot see that are happening behind the scenes. As I likened it to a game of chess. They don't tell you their moves. They keep very quiet until the end. And that's what's happening. But be assured that the whole dismantling of the old system is happening. Well, it's happened already, but you're seeing it for the first time in the movie. It's all under control. It's all going well. Don't panic. I can also tell you what's happening in Iran right now. Iran has won this war. I told you 5 years ago, the final stage would be that Iran will take out Israel. That is happening behind the scenes for those people who know. Israel is being dismantled, along with the corporation of the United States. But that's not what you're seeing in mainstream media, because mainstream media is controlled from Israel. We've always known that when you're in control of the media, whatever's happening in the world, you have to dig pretty deep to find out the truth, because they put out what they want you to hear. It's what we call propaganda, or in my world, it's called fake news, or Donald Trump's world. So don't be caught up with the lies, the BS that's going around. I also finally want to make a mention for my dear friend, Janet Ozenbard, who passed 2.5 years ago. This is a lady, I say she passed. She disappeared. It was claimed as suicide. But she disappeared after exposing Pizzagate, along with many other things, a 28-video series called The Fall of the Cabal, which documents everything about what was happening and what really happened. Her and I had the privilege of seeing it in real time, and she documented it like a school teacher. It would be worth your time to research The Fall of the Cabal
by Janet Osmond. It will enlighten you to exactly what's going on right now, the exposure that's happening right now. I'll leave you with that thought. On the 26th of May, 2026.
Monday, May 25th, wait until you realize 9/11 wasn't the only inside job. Decoded safeguard on Telegram. USS Maine equals Spanish-American War, 1898. Remember the Maine was the 1890s version of weapons of mass destruction, the explosion that launched America into war with Spain? Search USS Maine false flag theory. Lusitania. World War I set up. Germany warned Americans not to board this ship. It was secretly carrying munitions. Got sunk. America joins World War I. Search Lusitania, ammunition smuggling. Pearl Harbor, let it happen on purpose. Declassified docs show FDR may have known the attack was coming, needed it to rally support for World War II. Search McCollum Memo, Pearl Harbor. Operation North Woods, Cold War clownery. This one's not theory, it's fact. The U.S. Joint Chiefs literally proposed staging fake terror attacks on Americans to start a war with Cuba. Search Operation Northwoods full document. Gulf of Tonkin, Vietnam War trigger. LBJ told America the U.S. was attacked. Years later, declassified reports admit it never happened. Just vibes. Search Gulf of Tonkin, declassified. 9/11, the crown jewel, Building 7, was not hit by a plane. NORAD stood down. The Patriot Act was pre-written. Halliburton got rich. Google, Building 7 free fall collapse. And while you're at it, project for the new American century, 9/11. Your history class was propaganda. Your government doesn't ask for war, it scripts it. Every surprise attack just happens to be exactly what they needed at the perfect time. Welcome to the truth train. No breaks, no masks, no mercy. History is not boring, it's rigged. Monday, May 25th, Crowell, Texas residents complain about light and noise from new Google data center. Residents in Crowell, Texas are reporting severe light pollution and constant noise linked to a nearby large-scale Google AI data center under construction. Locals say the facility operates 24/7 with intense exterior lighting that brightens the night sky and continuous mechanical noise from cooling systems and generators. The project, part of a broader hyperscale data center expansion in Texas, has drawn opposition from some residents who argue it disrupts rural life and raises concerns about environmental impact, including light pollution, noise levels, and resource use like water. Town hall meetings have reportedly included complaints from residents on both sides of the political. Monday, May 25th, FBI file bombshell. The Biden Burisma scandal returns to shake Washington. New World Order on Telegram. A buried FBI document is once again igniting one of the most explosive corruption controversies in modern American politics. According to the resurfaced federal file, a confidential human source alleged that Joe and Hunter Biden each received $5 million from a Burisma executive while Joe Biden served as Vice President of the United States. The alleged objective? Remove Ukrainian prosecutor Viktor Shokin, the prosecutor connected to investigations involving Burisma Holdings, and secure political protection for the company's interests. The line that detonated across political circles: $5 million for one Biden, $5 million for the other. According to the source cited in the FBI report, the payments were alleged routed through a complex network of offshore accounts and financial channels designed to make tracing the money nearly impossible for years. This wasn't described as random corruption. It was presented as a carefully structured system built to outlast investigations and shield the people involved from accountability. And then came the moment the world already remembers: Joe Biden publicly boasting on camera about pressuring Ukraine to fire the prosecutor. Quote, I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. End quote. For critics, that statement now carries enormous political weight in light of the resurfaced FBI material. The controversy has also reopened debate surrounding President Trump's 2019 impeachment, which centered around the request for Ukraine to investigate possible Biden-related corruption tied to Burisma. Supporters argue the scandal points toward foreign influence, abuse of political power, financial corruption, and a deeper protection system surrounding elite political figures. Critics continue to emphasize that allegations inside FBI files are not criminal convictions. Monday, May 25th, ex-Freemason exposes the hidden system of power, occult influence, and global control. Pastor Bob Joyce on Telegram. One of the most explosive interviews of 2026 is detonating across the internet after Tucker Carlson sat down with a former Freemason who claims the modern world is controlled by far more than governments, elections, and money. According to the discussion behind politics, media, central banks, and global institutions, exists a hidden system, psychological manipulation, occult influence, secret societies, and spiritual warfare shaping civilization from the shadows. The interview dives into subjects long mocked or censored: Freemasonry, ritual symbolism, central banking, transhumanism, media conditioning, spiritual influence, and what the speaker describes as a hidden battle between light and darkness operating behind modern society itself. At the center of the conversation is one core claim: the most powerful people in the world understand that human consciousness can be manipulated through fear, symbols, media, and engineered emotional control. The ex-Freemason describes Masonic rituals, sacred geometry, checkerboard symbolism, and initiation ceremonies as systems designed to influence perception and connect members to what he calls the invisible world behind material reality. The interview also revisits ancient stories tied to King Solomon, the Knights Templar, hidden knowledge, and elite groups allegedly preserving secret spiritual systems for centuries. But the most controversial section focuses on media and modern culture. According to the discussion, television, social media, repetitive music, fear-driven news, and entertainment industries no longer simply inform the public. They program emotional behavior, shape thought patterns, and manufacture mass psychological control. Fear, outrage, panic, and division are described as tools used to keep populations emotionally destabilized and easier to manage. The interview then shifts toward the Federal Reserve, global banking networks, and international financial systems, arguing that modern societies increasingly operate through debt, surveillance, and dependency rather than genuine freedom. Another major theme is transhumanism, the merging of technology, AI, biotechnology, and digital systems into human life itself. The warning is direct. Future power structures may seek to make human behavior programmable, trackable, and controllable through technology. Throughout the interview, one message becomes impossible to ignore. Millions of people are no longer blindly trusting institutions, media systems, and official narratives. For critics, the conversation is dangerous conspiracy theory. For supporters, it confirms that they believe has been hidden in plain sight for decades, that the real war is no longer just political. It is psychological, spiritual, financial, and informational, and now more people than ever are beginning to ask who is really controlling the system behind the curtain. Well, just go to the World Economic Forum website and you'll see what their plans are. Go read The Great Reset by Klaus Schwab. He talks all about what their goals are for a digital control system, one world government, centralized.
Stefan Burns with us today. Wow, this is a great treat for me. I've been following you for a long time, Stefan. You cover solar activity, space weather, planetary alignments, geophysical energetic events so that we may better all understand the quality of the energetics of the solar system and the Earth. And you believe that this helps in the spiritual and conscious evolution journey. And also you discuss health and wellness topics like earthing and grounding. You sell products to help everyone stay healthy, happy, aligned on their soul mission. It's all about resonance. And you're a great cosmic bro. I love watching your show. I watch your show so much that my wife is like, "Can we watch something else?"
Oh no,
Yeah,
she's probably right.
yeah. I'm obsessed because I really believe in all this stuff. I love your multidisciplinary approach to this. I've never seen anybody do it on this level. So, thanks a lot for joining us today.
Yeah, I mean, I try to not hog the camera or anything when I'm doing my presentations, because there's a certain element with, if you're just in general like a showman, like a presenter, you can start to steer it towards you, and you see a lot of people get stuck in that. And I do like, people want to kind of get to know you a little bit, but in general, it's like, what's the data, what's the facts, what's the cool download, what are the cool connections, and so that's really my focus. And so yes, like last night was a fantastic example, because we had this huge explosion on the far side of the sun, just rotated off to the minute, with a magnitude 6.9 earthquake that struck Chile in the subduction trench there, like to the minute.
Incredible.
And that's the first big earthquake that South America has had since, I mean, it's been at least a year and a half. We looked at it in the live stream and everything, but for some reason, most scientists or whatever, they're like, coincidence. It's always just a coincidence. But we've had this happen so many times now. And that's just one example of how these things are connected. And there was also a crazy planetary geometry that was active at that time. We had what's known as a kite formation. So you had Pluto, or let me get it in frame, Pluto, Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus, like all in this kind of triangle shape. It's called a trine. And then you had the moon make this exact point up top, so it looks like a kite. And the lunar geometry, of course, can only do that once every month, every 28 days, because that's the lunar cycle. For the outer planets to be in that configuration is very rare. And the fact that that also is exactly precise when this occurred speaks to not only a Sun-Earth connection, but a Sun-Earth-planet connection. So these are the things that we cover. And I'm not surprised that you find it interesting, because it is. This is like what connects all of us together.
Yeah, fantastic. And so I kind of like, have tuned in for, decades now on the energetics of the earth. I've been predicting some of the events that have happened in the past, and kind of help everybody, get connected with that is one of the things that you do. So I'm kind of coming at it from maybe a 2 or 3 dimensional type of environment, multi-dimensional type, but you are covering much more. You're taking the sun in account. I think that's been fantastic. Very accurate in the projection of what might occur, from a really big solar storm, solar activity that's happening. You've been covering that really well.
Yeah, I mean, I basically keep finding new layers and depths to this, because I started, well, I mean, if you go back earlier, like when I was in Boy Scouts, I was always interested in being outside. And then when I went to school, originally I was going to major in history, but then I took a geology class, and I was like, this is a lot of fun.
Wow.
And of course, doing the geology classes and like the field camps and stuff really kind of cemented it. And then what happened is, through my 2 jobs that I, like kind of my normal career, 2 jobs I had after college, I just felt increasingly this need to research more, because my understanding was very limited. So it started off with me diving into Schumann resonances, which are Earth's naturally resonant energy fields. And those are crazy, and they still are crazy, because they connect to us in our brain waves and all this stuff. If there's one thing to like research into that connects everything else, that's probably them. And that's where I was kind of intuitively guided. But then that led into solar activity and space weather, because I had to start, these solar maximum was starting to build up, and there's lots of connections between space weather and Schumann resonances. So then I started to get into that. Then I had to really go take a deep dive into earthquakes and volcanoes. Obviously I had some study experience with that through school, but like, let's really bring it up now to speed. And then all these other things filled in, like astrology, astronomy, whatever, because I'm pretty open-minded. So I'm not thrown off by, I really don't care what other people think. So if 99% of the world is like astrology is bogus, but I feel that there's something there, it doesn't dissuade me from
Of course,
researching into it.
the elites use it, and it used to be used by people up until around the 1500s, and then it started to be suppressed. So
Yeah.
it's some of us are getting back to that. So I that's another aspect that you bring in that I enjoy quite a bit too. Good job.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff there. There's probably a little bit too much baggage with some of the modern systems like Western Tropical, but regardless, you see some of these people in very high positions of power, tech companies, individuals, governments, and they're clearly using it. Because they're lining things up on very specific transit dates that are very important. So it's like, okay, so there's a lot there. So basically, I just started to, and then my way of really learning is by creating a presentation, a video, some sort of end deliverable product, because someone who can teach something is probably someone that actually knows it. So that was my way of kind of cementing in my mind this information. And so I haven't been doing this that long, which is why it's great to connect to people like you who have had this interest in this for decades now. And we've gone about it different ways, but there's also undoubtedly a component to this journey of just skin in the game, how much time you've been kind of looking into and feeling into these things. And if a big event happened in 2011 and you saw that unfold in real time, then that gives you that imprint and you know that's significant, whereas I may not find out about it until I stumble upon that big earthquake or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So that's an important aspect too, for sure. It's just tracking it often and tracking it for a long time.
Yeah, and I love your your cosmic journey aspect of it as well, because we just had a Chilean earthquake, fairly significant. So anywhere else it probably would have been major, but there, they get such big ones. It's like a yawn almost. But there was well over a decade ago. There was one that was well into the nines, and if you look back in time, there was a massive. From that, there was a pretty good tsunami that hit Hawaii after that and caused a lot of death. So I was with a group that we used to do. We used to look at these things and put our energy into it, meditate on it, or send it prayers or whatever. And that's what we did with this. And we were kind of calming it. I remember taking my consciousness into the waves and so forth, or the energy that was moving out, and calming it down. And sure enough, when it did finally hit Hawaii, it was almost nothing. So if you look at the past, it should have been the same. So the cosmic journey is very important, I think, and I think we're raising our consciousness, and I think you're just right there with all this, helping people awaken, to all the different aspects that can really influence us, and we in turn can influence those aspects as well.
Yeah, that's an important aspect. I feel like, it wasn't my intention starting off to hold sound healing meditations because there's a tsunami coming or something. But effectively, it's like you start tracking this and then you start getting a following, and it's like, well, it's the least you could do, because it's only going to help. And if people are anxious, and there's a lot of people out there with anxiety and all these things, and it's good to help. And we have it at times. It's just a good thing to do. So I did that last year for the magnitude 8.8 megaquake. This is maybe what you're referencing with Hawaii. That was Kamchatka, Russia. That we were expecting the tsunami to hit Hawaii.
Yeah.
And the prior magnitude 9 from the same location hit Hawaii in 1952, I believe, and that was actually fairly significant.
Yeah.
So the energy released from an 8.8, it's only about half of a magnitude 9, but still big event. But the tsunami did come in, but it wasn't destructive. And you can't outright dismiss the fact that in 2025, there were tens of thousands of people around the world praying, meditating, if not even hundreds of thousands, to ameliorate that effect and just to basically calm everything down. Whereas in 1950, you didn't have the internet and things like this. So basically people found out when it hit. So, those of us that are cognizant of this and we happen to be aware of it, like when it's happening live, I think I really see this as a responsibility for us to do these things. And so for that live stream for Hawaii, I first covered the earthquake, and then there's like a couple hours before I had to jump on a live stream again for the tsunami watch for Hawaii. But we had, I think, about 20,000 people for that one. So clearly people also want to help too. They want a focus point to help.
Wow, that's incredible. And I didn't know that you did that. So that probably had an impact.
I hope so.
I think people should, take that on board and realize that, we can have an impact, and that's one of the things you're doing. So the planetary alignments that you're going into, the astrology of it, and then the the sun activity, and then it seems like we're moving up in intensity. I would say that maybe this year, I'm not going to say for sure, but from what I've been seeing and what I've been feeling, it seems like we're going to get even more significant events, or maybe events this year than we did last year.
Well, it's hard to say, but I mean, we're out of solar maximum. We're right now at the end of solar maximum, the beginning of the descending phase. But we often, and there's different categories. So it's like, okay, are we ramping up for solar activity? Are we ramping up for earthquake activity? Are we ramping up for volcanic activity? These are the three categories. Often during the descending phase, we do get really big solar flares and coronal mass ejections. It's certainly possible. And one good example that brings in a cosmic component is 2017 with Oumuamua, the first ever detected interstellar object. We only picked it up after its perihelion, its closest approach to the sun. And this was September of 2017. And right in line with it, and it got very close to the sun. So it wasn't like a 3i Atlas, which was out beyond the orbit of Earth, which is close. But once you start to get within the orbit of Mercury, you're very close to the sun. Well, we had the biggest solar flares of solar cycle 24 right during that time frame. September 4th and September 10th or 11th were like the big days, but that whole time frame, the perihelion was the 9th of September, I believe. It's either 7th or the 9th of September for Oumuamua. So it was perfect, and it was also in line with it because of the angle and trajectory. So, it's a cosmic coincidence. But that was a weak solar cycle. At the bottom, what's known as a Gleisberg cycle, which is an 88-year-long to 100-year-long variation in solar activity. We're at the bottom of that. Then all of a sudden, we get these gigantic solar flares that blasted off perfectly in time with Oumuamua, which is the first ever interstellar object. So it's all these outlier events clustered together. That's what we see. And once you get that, it's like, well, is it a coincidence? So right now, we are going down in solar activity, but we do have the potential for there to be these kind of one-off gigantic bursts. So we could have the biggest event of this solar cycle a year from now, 3 months from now, 2 years from now. That's certainly possible. As it relates to earthquake activity, what we generally see is that earthquake activity, like high magnitude activity globally, increases and it's at its highest on average during solar minimum versus solar maximum. Now, the fact that we had this magnitude 8.8 megaquake during solar maximum maybe isn't the best sign that this solar minimum is going to be quiet and calm. It may be very, very active. And I actually think this magnitude 6.9 quake in Chile that we both have referenced now, it kind of broke out of phase with the normal rhythm that we've been tracking, where the sun and earthquakes have been linked up. They've been linked with these coronal holes. These certain features on the sun seem to generate earthquakes, and we've been getting this like 28-day periodicity with the high magnitude quakes, exactly with the coronal hole magnetic field connections to the Earth. It's a whole bunch of stuff, whatever. This broke that periodicity, and it did also, of course, happen to the minute with this gigantic far side explosion. So it broke one rhythm to establish another connection. But I'm kind of getting the sense that that might be the first quake, like kind of the first signal of this other wave that's coming in of just in general increased earthquake activity during solar minimum. And the same can be said for volcanic activity. That signal also exists. It's not huge, but it is a statistically significant signal that there is larger, more frequent volcanic events during solar minimum than there is during solar maximum. And to wrap, I just think that there's some aspect of solar maximum that impacts this rhythm that I'm in, these trends I'm describing, because if you have more energy loaded in on these longer time frames, I think that can create bigger events. So going back to solar cycle 24, the 2010s, there was tons of super high magnitude earthquakes during that solar minimum and that time frame in general between like 23, 24, 25. So the basically 21st century, bottom of the Gleisberg cycle. That means that we had that 50, 60 years of heavy solar loading from the peak of the Gleisberg cycle. So we're still kind of in that trough too. That's important to keep in mind. So there can definitely be some really big events coming up for the next few years. Does this mean that the Earth is going to end or the world's going to flip or explode or something? Like, no, I don't see any evidence of that. Though there are some interesting things happening, but I don't think that's the case. But yeah, I mean, this can actually affect people, like you were saying. Like, tsunami can hit and it can be destructive. Everyone dies, but we should also not just completely discount that these things, which some people seem to do, that these things matter and can knock houses off foundations and, have real world effects.
Yeah,
like
definitely.
Where you are in Lake Tahoe, they've recorded like massive waves of energy coming in from landslides hitting the lake. So there can be these crazy events that occur depending on, that's like an earthquake on a fault that has like a 500-year reoccurrence interval, and that's like a 1 in 12,000 year event. They don't know exactly how often, but these things happen. So it's really wild.
Yeah, we had some pretty good earthquake activity not too long ago, close to this area. We even in this house, we had some pretty good shaking. So, it happens. I lived in Southern California for a long time as a Navy SEAL. And, I remember being in my condo one time and it shook like crazy. And I was like, wow, I knew there were some guys out diving. So I went in and they were telling the guys that were in the boat, they're like, we didn't even know anything was going on. So top of the water, nothing. But the guys that were diving, they thought like a huge, ship had gone overboard over the top of them. They're like, what are those guys doing up on the surface? They're not protecting us, because they were like just bounced around like crazy in the water column. So it's really, really interesting, how these energies move through the environment.
Yeah, it's interesting. They must have been right near the bottom and had like the compressional waves stir things up and kind of shake them.
Absolutely.
But then because the shear waves don't pass through water, the boat was effectively unperturbed.
Yeah.
What year was that? Was that Northridge 91, or is this further back?
No, that was a little bit after that. Or no, it was before that. So Northridge came later. That was incredible down in San Diego. It hit once, and I was like, wow, where was that? And then it was like early in the morning. I went back to sleep, and then it hit again, almost with the same intensity. But I don't know. So back when I was a Navy SEAL, back in maybe the early or late 2000 or 1990s, 98, something like that. So
yeah, there's a rich history of earthquake activity that I'm really going into for Southern California. Mm-hmm. And one thing that's relevant, I'm in San Diego right now. One thing that's relevant there is that there's this bouncing between what's called the East California seismic zone which is basically like the Mojave Desert.
Yeah.
And this is on the eastern side of San Andreas. And then what happens is the activities focus there on like a decadal time frame. This could be like 30, 40, 50, 60 years. And then it bounces back over to the western side of the plate. And effectively, it's more San Andreas based. And it's this loading and rupture cycle, basically, that exists. And so all these earthquakes popping off. And right now, we're probably at the transition between all of them happening in the Mojave, because there's been big magnitude 7s out there over the past few decades, probably back to the western side, which is where all the population centers are. But all those big earthquakes, they load energy into the faults nearby, and eventually then they get to that point where they rupture. So, you know, all this information is so readily available now. So like, I mean, kind of the way I see it is like, there's all this info and research that a lot of amazing people have done. You know, not everyone has a brain for kind of seeing the big picture, and that's fine. Some people are really good at like getting, you know, a crazy list of data in front of them and meticulously going through it and do all that stuff and send someone else to the psych ward. But we need people that do have kind of a big brain or a big picture view to take that data and then also pair it with what we're seeing now, because there's this idea that earthquake prediction is impossible, and it's not easy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not easy, but if we just keep telling ourselves that the 4-minute mile is impossible, then it's going to be impossible. If we keep telling ourselves that we can't, you know, forecast anything to some degree, then yeah, we're going to keep just blundering around. And so what I've been able to do fairly accurately is forecast global trends in seismicity. Location's difficult. Sometimes you get activity that's indicative of maybe this is a foreshock swarm, so then you can put a higher probability forecast for that location. You could look at strain accumulation rates, but a lot of this data is locked behind like research or government basically like walls. You know, it's not publicly accessible data, and it gets to a point where it's so detailed to have the big picture of everywhere on the globe simultaneously is probably impossible. Maybe AI systems will help with this in the future, I don't know, but that's really kind of where I am right now, is that I'm just doing as much as I can to research into all these different places, California, Italy, Japan, like everywhere.
Yep.
And then because I'm tracking it daily, just through that, you get a familiarity and a sense of these locations. And then you can start to use that beautiful gift from God, which is intuition, to kind of guide you that last little bit. I mean, as a Navy SEAL, I don't know what your training was like, your missions or anything, but I imagine that intuition was at least a little part of your success as a SEAL, just like feeling something was off or feeling that you needed to go do this, whatever.
Oh yeah, definitely. Not everybody talks about it. There's a few of us that talk about it, and you see some people that have picked it up. I also remote viewed and, you know, would see stuff that was coming as much as a week out. So there's that capability. We all have that, but like you're talking about, you have, you know, gone deep into some of these aspects, but you keep it very, you know, scientific, and I really, really appreciate that. I know you have that thread of the intuitive side, which I think is ideal to guide you and bring you to some areas that might need a little bit more focus than you would otherwise give it, and then you see things. So I see that in your work quite a bit, and I think that's not everybody goes there. You know, I've followed a lot of people over the years. Dutch Sense was one that I followed for quite a long time, and he seemed to have a somewhat scientific bent, although he doesn't have a scientific background or a science background like you do. But you know, he was, you know, projecting fairly well. You know, a deep earthquake, sometimes followed by a bigger, you know, more shallower earthquake, and it moves around these, you know, fault zones and so forth. So you've taken, I think, to an incredible level. Your research is phenomenal, like you're talking about. Camp Flagré, looks like it's going to blow, but it doesn't, and just shift somewhere else. And you've been able to follow, those shifts all around the world really well.
Yeah, Dutch, since I haven't met him, but we've chatted just a couple times on his live streams, and he says some nice things because I guess he watches my channel as well, and he's a perfect example of how tracking this stuff daily or at some regular frequency for a long duration of time teaches you a lot.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how often he's in a research paper or 10 of them. I mean, probably every now and then. The guy posts every now on like Twitter, X, whatever, and he's not dumb. He's a smart guy.
Oh yeah.
But that component of tracking it frequently is so key. And see, that's where, and at a global sense too, because he's doing it for the globe. And so a lot of these people, they may be a mainstream scientist or whatever, say, oh, it's not possible. Every time I see it, it's like they're hyper focused on understanding the transform faulting of northwestern China or something. It's like, okay, like, yeah, you're going to be the ultimate expert in these transform faults in northwestern China, but you're not going to at all like see the global picture or have a sense of what's happening because you simply just haven't been tracking it, right?
Yeah.
If you're not going to the gym every day, you're probably not going to be jacked. So it's really that simple, but people want to fool themselves into being like an expert. They're not doing the work, or I don't know what it is. I mean, I kind of get it. But yeah, it's really just can you track this? Can you keep yourself humble by continuously researching and learning, and then just when you do get that little intuitive hit, can you listen to it and just actually follow it? It's just basically learning that system. And I through my let's call it YouTube journey, I've seen how and I think that Earth is like directly, the consciousness of the Earth is directly guiding me in subtle ways, as she does with everybody in their own way. But my first video that I made was on the Schumann resonances, and it just happened to take off.
Wow.
And that's kind of what got everything going. If it just sat there and got no views, I probably wouldn't have kept doing YouTube, because when you're working, it took a lot of work. I still pushed through it, but I mean, if you're really doing a lot of work and not getting anything out of it, it's like, okay, what's the point? This isn't vibing or resonating.
Yeah.
So
you started your YouTube channel. I was just looking all the way back in 2013.
Yeah, I uploaded some a couple of videos from some just geophysical projects I worked on in 2013. But that Schumann video is my real first video, you could say. And that was released in February 2021. I did release a couple, a gardening video in November 2020. It's not there anymore because I'm also interested in gardening and all these things. So I didn't know what my channel was going to be. But it was.
You just muted.
Oh, I think maybe I was muted for a while.
No, just 4 minutes or so. You're good.
Oh, it just clicked randomly. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, so I did a lot of like GPR and magnetometer surveys and seismic surveys before I ventured off into YouTube land. And one thing I want to get doing again fairly soon is I would really like to be doing field work again, but this time at like sacred sites.
Ooh.
And try to see if I can find energy lines or just help
stuff, huh? Yeah.
Figure out what the deal is. I mean, there's something to some of these locations, as I'm sure you've probably visited a few of them at least.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there's something to that.
Been to Egypt several times. Yeah, a lot of the sites here in the United States. So yeah, they're phenomenal. You can feel the energy in them, like you're talking about. So doing the research on that, that's a fantastic cause. Yeah, good job.
Well, we haven't done it yet, but I hope to do that soon. It's a question of, I guess, getting some like bug out van and just like hitting the road
There
with
you
a
go.
whole bunch of gear and doing like 3 months of it or something. It should be a good time.
Sweet. Yeah. So your YouTube channel, you're approaching 1 million subscribers. That's impressive by any means. My channel, unfortunately, because I was trying to expose a lot of stuff, but it's quite a challenge to keep people entertained, keep them interested, and so forth. So you've done an exceptional job. Your background. Give us a little bit more of your background. You're talking about being in the Boy Scouts and really loving the outdoors and so forth. And eventually, you got some educational. Your educational process brought you to a lot of this stuff, right?
Yeah. I mean, pretty normal background, I guess. I mean, I was just always super interested in science. So any science class I excelled in. I mean, I could very easily have gone into biology, could have gone into chemistry, any of these subjects. There's just something about exploring the world in a scientific way that kind of just resonates with my mind, I guess, like how it operates. But the big upgrade, you could say, is that I've learned to expand as well also into the right side of my brain, which is a more intuitive and kind of holistic, connected, empathetic side, because there's so much left brain dominance that exists right now. I believe it's the left brain that's very analytical and focused. So I've helped to bring those together into balance, and traveling around a lot helped with that. I did a lot of traveling in 2021, 22, 23, just in general now. But yeah, I mean, I have to give a lot of thanks to, I didn't go to like any special school. I mean, it was a great school, but it's public school. I have to give a lot of thanks to my teachers there. But more than that, I mean, I guess I just have to kind of give some, thanks to God, universe, whatever you want to call it, source, because it's really my curiosity that drives things more. So it didn't really matter what teacher I had for a subject. I just have an insatiable curiosity, and don't exactly know why, but it makes life exciting and keeps, like, I mean, yesterday I was out walking and we had a quarter moon. Right now we're waxing gibbous phase. We're about to have our full moon on the 31st. But I looked up and it's the daytime, so the moon is pretty nicely illuminated, and the sun, since it's quarter moon, the sun is getting ready to set, but it's not setting yet. But it was the trippiest thing. I mean, it looked like the Death Star was in orbit around our planet. It literally could have been. I saw the moon for the first time, effectively. I felt like I saw the moon for what it was for the first time. I was like, what is this? And because you could see the mares, the oceans, the dark basaltic plains and everything.
Oh.
And the fact that it was at that phase and had the geometry with the sun gave all of a sudden now this larger perspective of, it wasn't just the Earth-Moon system, it was the Earth-Moon-Sun system. And see, the moon is about the size of the inner core. The two are about equivalent in diameter.
I didn't even know that. Wow.
Yeah, it's an interesting little tidbit. Now, the inner core is much more massive than the moon, but if in terms of just its density is a lot higher. But if you look at the moon, effectively you're seeing like the size of Earth's inner core.
Wow.
So there's just all these, it kind of all hit me at once, because just recently I've been on a new research phase. So all this info has just been like moving around in my synapses, and it just looked like so high definition and just real in a new way. Like I unlocked some new, like the blur went away on the picture. I was like, whoa, okay. And our system's unique, the fact that we do have this one moon that we somehow captured.
Yeah.
Because based off of pretty good understandings of how the solar system formed, but huge grain of salt with that in general. We probably had a natural satellite system like Jupiter or Saturn or Uranus that then got scattered as a result of the capture of our moon, which is kind of an interesting idea to think about. But, we have this very bizarre system here on Earth that we take for granted. And I was joking around, I think it was the same day just before I had that kind of aha moment. I saw these two girls walking, and one of them had like all these like mystical, magical tattoos or something. So she looked a little witchy. And so I stopped on my bike. I was like, "Where's the moon? Where's the moon? Where's the moon?" And they were like, "Ah!" They couldn't find the moon, which is fine because it's like small and you have to find it. But most people though would totally fail that. Right? They would have no clue. They're like, "What? Like, is it a full moon right now?" Like, so they were at least kind of looking around and they knew that it was out. But there's this huge disconnect that exists between normal people and what's actually happening on this planet.
Yeah, definitely. And I remember my wife and I, we went to Lake Titicaca, and we were staying on this, I think, the island of the moon. And we were at the top of it. There's a little house up there, and so we had it to ourselves. And we went out, and the Milky Way was just unbelievable how bright it was. There was, no other lighting around that would dim it, and it was just almost like you could touch it. The stars were so bright, and you could see the just millions, trillions of stars. It's just incredible. So it really is humbling when you see something like that. And just before that, we'd seen there was a thunderstorm that had gone across a part of the lake. So we saw the whole thunderstorm, and then it cleared and we saw all those stars. Wow, it's just magical. Beautiful, beautiful times.
Yeah, experience like that. We have this, we've been connecting this way for hundreds of thousands of years, like millions of years. So it's only recently that this big resistor has been put in between this natural connection between everything.
Good point.
So it just requires just a little bit of effort to go to this sort of locations, because nowadays most people have light pollution, or you need to spend kind of 10 minutes just looking at the lunar phases for the next month, and then making an effort to every single day I'm going to kind of see where it is and try to find the moon and understand the rise and set times. I get these waves of comments sometimes where they all take on a similar theme. It's interesting. It's going to be emails, comments, just correspondence, whatever. And there was a wave that went through maybe 6 months ago where everyone thought the moon was veering off course or something. Like, the moon has never been this position in the sky before. What's it doing? But it's a fairly complex equation between what season it is, and the tilt angle of the Earth, and therefore its direction towards the sun. And then also the moon has inclination with its orbit, 5.15%. So where are the lunar nodes, and is it going to be at its most inclined for a full moon, or it will actually be at its least inclined for a full moon, so it just skims over the top? This creates a whole ever-changing kind of picture of where the moon may be at any given moment. Or just tracking, you have, for example, a new moon. And that means that at sunset, you have the sun and the moon setting simultaneously. You're not going to see the moon, because on the day of a new moon, you're simply not going to see it. It's too close to the sun. But then the next day, you'll have the sunset, and then the moon will set right afterwards. 2 days later, you'll have the moon, you'll have the sunset, and then you'll have a very thin crescent moon up for maybe an hour, and then it'll set. So if you then use that time of sunset as your kind of tracking point, you'll see the moon progressively get higher and higher and higher in the sky for sunset. And then eventually it'll actually, flip, and it'll start to get closer and closer to the eastern horizon. And then, 2 weeks after that new moon, you'll have the sunset, and then the moon will rise. And so you can track it this way. there's a lot of different ways to track. You just simply have to realize that there may be some benefit to you to do this and to actually do it. But if you just randomly see it once every 3 months, and then you're following people maybe that are telling you the world's going to end, or the moon is, I mean, I don't know what the moon is, but you know, there's a lot of crazy stuff out there.
Right.
Then you're gonna be like, what's happening with the moon? It's winter and it's at low inclination and you haven't been tracking it, you know? It's cool. Like it's, yeah. They're at this point where they recognize that there's something cool there, but you know, not jumping to these crazy conclusions I think is important. Instead, it's like, okay, well, what can I do? And here's a list of moon phases and let's learn a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, getting that close to you know, the star systems and so forth, and the moon, I think that's really important for everybody, because if you look at the past, they were really into it. You go to all the ancient, you know, sites, and they all have, you know, some kind of astronomical, you know, vision to have it carved in rocks and so forth, in their pyramids and so forth. And then, you know, down in South America, they actually have observatories that are still down there. It's like, but they're ancient and they're, you know, falling apart. No one knows anything about them, how they were used, and crazy. So a lot of this stuff, like we're talking about, is, you know, lost. And getting it back, I think you're moving us in that direction to get it back, to have that, you know, childlike, you know, wonder, you know, to, you know, explore and find out all these different things. Now you do travel quite a bit. I've seen you in Hawaii when the, you know, the volcano's been going off. We just had Mauna Loa just had a huge earthquake in it. And what are your thoughts about that?
Oh, like just a few days ago? You mean
Yeah.
on the western side?
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, that was a weird earthquake because it was felt so widely across the islands, even to Niihau, the Forbidden Island, like west of Kauai.
Wow.
And they felt it there as well. Now, I looked at some of the earthquake records that were where we have this "Do you feel it?" information, because people, you know, they send in their responses. We don't have that from the 1950s or something. And like maybe I could look through some Army report, right? But just in terms of quickly getting a bit of information, only the recent, let's say 20 years has that "Do you feel it?" information. So the 6.9 that struck on the eastern side of the Big Island, not the western side. Of course, the Hawaiian island chains go to the west. The 6.9 that struck in 2018 didn't have nearly as many "Did you feel it?" responses as the magnitude 6.
Wow.
It is different side of the island, different depth, but it's also nearly 32 times more energy. So you think just through simply like the sheer power of it being bigger, maybe it would be felt more widely to the west, but it wasn't. So this earthquake had some unusual properties to it. There was a 6.2 that also occurred north of the epicenter, but it was like northwest of the Big Island, just off the coast, but just a little bit. That one was also felt going to the west to Oahu, Kauai, but it didn't have as many "Did you feel it?" responses as this magnitude 6, and it's also a 6.2, and that one was even in a better location, perhaps to radiate energy across the plate. So, I mean, I can't say it's like the most odd thing ever, but it's certainly bizarre. And it's speaking to this solar volcanic cycle because, and I've just recently made some videos on this, but the Pu'u'o'o eruption from 83 to 2018, which ended with the massive rift eruption, Leilani Estates, and then the magnitude 6.9, that was the biggest eruption from Kilauea, I guess, in 200 plus years.
Yeah.
And now we've had 47 fountaining episodes at the Halemaumau crater, which is the main crater for Kilauea, nearly twice as fast as the lava fountain episodes that occurred for the beginning of this long 35-year Pu'u'o'o eruption for Kilauea. So maybe they're apples to apples, maybe they're apples to oranges. We'll only find out like, you know, years from now when we have all the data.
Yeah.
But the fact that we did see this big eruptive cycle, and then the 6.9, and then immediately, and then this big caldera collapse at Kilauea. It's starting to fill back up, having tons of fountain eruptions, and we see that volcanic activity at Hawaii. I did this analysis myself. Volcanic activity at Hawaii does increase a little bit during solar minimum versus maximum. We're going into solar minimum. It's like, okay, like, maybe we're building up to something. Then this magnitude 6 hits just a few days ago. Kilauea was having a pretty regular rhythm for these eruptions of about every 10 days. She was doing about 9 hours of lava fountaining. Now episode 48, which was expected to begin today, is getting pushed back because now the inflation tilt data for Kilauea is going through these random drops. It's done this twice now. So, I mean, it's not like we haven't seen this sort of thing before, but the moment that earthquake occurred, I was like, something's going to change at Kilauea because of that shock wave hitting the system. It's a big, clearly that was a big shock wave. That's the point of all the did you feel it to the west. Clearly it's a big shock wave in all directions. For whatever reason, it had a lot of energy in that component, you could say. Because it wasn't just up and down motion like some earthquakes. There was a strong sideways component to it, which could blast it off that way. So now we're seeing Kilauea with the inflation of the caldera behaving differently. And so it's like this earthquake wasn't necessarily volcanic in nature. Maybe, but in general, it's all volcanic because the hot spot is creating the islands to begin with. But you see how then it looped back and it was able to influence the volcanic system through this earthquake that occurred that wasn't necessarily volcanic in nature. It didn't, impend some imminent eruption, though I think Hawaii's got more coming. And maybe this is actually sort of a larger cycle, and Pu'u'o'o may have just been kind of like the first big wave from that. I mean, it's certainly possible. So this is why it's important to track this, because several hundred homes were destroyed in 2018, Leilani Estates. I met someone who was there. Her house was spared, but basically one night she woke up and there was just a sudden fissure throwing magma, shooting magma up into the air hundreds of feet, like just a few hundred feet away from her house. And for 4 months she lived like that with the gas and the earthquakes, the rumbling, and with the fear that any moment, like, everything could get destroyed. So we really need to, like, not saying other people aren't taking this seriously, but there's this mental block about seeing the larger connection between the sun, the planets, and the earth, and also the cosmic environment, because that has been programmed into people for a long time now, as we discussed early on. And astrology is in many ways kind of like the root of that, because it gives you a really big glimpse into the like mechanism of reality. You can say it's not everything, of course, but it's like a pretty big glimpse into it. So if there's anyone that wants to disconnect you from that for their own profit and to, like, control things, they're going to do so. And that has been the case, in my opinion. And so there's this programmed belief that this stuff's all nonsense. So a lot of these people which have good intentions and want to help people, they're fundamentally blocked and limited because they can't get past the astrology's nonsense. And so then they're going to have a less of an ability. They're not going to be as good at forecasting this stuff because the big picture is often what's driving what's happening when and where. So it's really important societally. That's the point, right? It's like important at a societal level, if you care for your fellow human beings, to, like, look at all the things and apply that scientific mindset and also that a little bit of intuition to help guide you whichever way Spirit is going to give you the answer. Because I think also Earth and the Sun and God and all the guys, right, want us to be more empowered and actualized and live on this planet peacefully. And Mother Earth's going to keep doing earthquakes and stuff. But, I had a dream that an earthquake was occurring right before that Hawaii quake. There's people in Hawaii that commented when I was live streaming, whatever. They're like, yeah, I had a feeling something was coming that night. So sometimes Earth talks very directly to people to let them know things
Oh,
are
yeah.
coming because she doesn't want to hurt them, but she's got to do whatever this earthquake needs to do. Or
Yeah.
this is what I believe.
Yeah, it's frequency energy and vibrational energy and so forth, and people pick up on it. Especially like you're very focused on it. The coronal holes. I've never seen any. I've never even thought about coronal holes, and since I've watched your work, I can see that the coronal holes definitely have an impact. Weather, earthquakes, volcanic activity, you name it. Coronal holes, which you've covered quite well, has an impact. It's very impressive.
Yeah, I'll pull one up right now for people to see, just so they can see it. I'll put it behind me.
Nice.
And I can just quickly turn myself off. These coronal holes are the dark spots on the sun.
Mm-hmm.
And those are areas where the outermost atmosphere of the sun, which is all plasma, the fourth state of matter, is deficient. So there's not that much plasma there. And that affects the light flux that we receive, and they have a special magnetic field to them, and it gets they emit these high-speed streams of solar wind. So it's very, very interesting. But yeah, this solar cycle specifically has had these big trans-equatorial coronal holes, so cutting through the solar equator, meaning that they very nicely hit us with their special solar wind, their high-speed streams of solar wind, low density, and the magnetic field connection. And so that has been, I've tracked that for a while. Not necessarily because I went into this knowing about coronal holes, but just because we saw over and over and over and over this connection.
Yeah,
and a great example of this is back in March of just last year, 2025, when we had this gigantic coronal hole on the sun, like really massive coronal hole, transequatorial right there. And at the same time that connected to us and it went geoaffected everything, we had Mercury and Venus directly in front of the Earth, both performing what are known as inferior conjunctions.
Mm-hmm.
Or if we use astrology lingo, a cazimi. But Mercury and Venus can do inferior conjunctions or superior. Superior would be when they're on the other side of the sun. So they were both in line. So it was a Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth alignment. You have that coronal hole at the magnetic field connecting all of them together. And then on March 28th, we had a big storm from that, a big geostorm on like the 24th or 25th. Then on the 28th, we had the magnitude 7.7 earthquake strike Myanmar, which was very destructive. On that same day, and there was an aftershock, a 6.7, I believe. There was also two earthquakes that struck a mid-ocean ridge, a 6.6 and a 6.1 or a 6.2. So it was clearly a seismic burst. And in fact, that was the beginning of a bigger seismic burst that went into April for 2025. But at the same time as that magnitude 7.7, just like what we had yesterday, there was a huge solar flare and coronal mass ejection on the limb of the sun. And so it did not launch a solar storm to hit us, but the timing was that we get this gigantic solar flare, just solar explosion, basically. One of the biggest of the solar cycle, right? Definitely in that top list. It went off like a Death Star beam or something. And then we had that magnitude 7.7. So it was one of these clusterings of outlier events. You have this outlier planetary geometry. You have this outlier gigantic coronal hole. You have this outlier gigantic solar explosion. You have this outlier, it wasn't the megaquake in Russia, it was the 7.7 in Myanmar. And on the 6th of December in last year, 2025, we had the Hubbard Glacier earthquake, Alaska. That also occurred to the minute with a solar flare, same as yesterday. Myanmar wasn't to the minute, but it was like very, very close in time. It was like within a couple hours or something like that. So it's just, you pay attention and it just blows your mind. And you're still trying to figure out how we can utilize this observational data to make better forecasts for when we should be maybe expecting things to happen, and therefore to be prepared a little bit more wherever you are. That's like the next frontier. But clearly, observationally, we're being given the down low all the time. Like, yeah, it's happening. Just pay attention. You'll see it.
Yeah, fantastic. And so, wow, great, great information. Thanks for, sharing everything. You have a website and a store, earthevolution.com.
Yeah, we have a variety of, well, there's a little bit of channel merchandise like sweatshirts and shirts and whatever. And we also have a variety of holistic wellness products. So it's all made by people. For example, the tea blends are all organic. They're mixed and made in Pennsylvania. I used to do it myself, but then my dad's helping out now.
Nice.
We also have some other products from other people. So you'll have to, if you place an order, I'll refund you, but we'll send some tea your way if you guys are into that, or the coffee, whatever you want.
Definitely. Yeah.
I'd like to do that for guest appearances. That's always fun. So that's a resource for people. They're really super high quality because everything you buy in stores now, not everything, but a lot of it's just like the dust at the bottom of a barrel. It's unfortunate. So this is United States only.
Okay. So your boom shakalaka. I love that. That's fun when you bring that up.
Yeah, I don't really know. Well, I was trying to get like a good intro for a video one day, and I was just like banging my head against the wall. I don't know why I was struggling so much, but I was. And then I just, because I have my thing recording, and I'll just then, when I edit my video, cut out all the prior takes beforehand. And then all of a sudden it's like, boom shakalaka, guys, we had this huge thing happen or whatever. And I decided to keep that one, and it just stuck. That's the one thing that stuck very, very well. So I appreciate you and your support and viewership. And, there's people across the whole range that they know very little, but they enjoy it. And then there's people like yourselves who, you've been to all these or a lot of these energy sites multiple times. You've been studying this for decades, and you're also watching, supporting, and that helps hold this resonance. That's really changing things quite quickly. And my job is really just to make sure I don't screw it up and just to be a good relayer of information, right? It doesn't need to be any more complex than that. Have a little bit of fun because people, you don't want them to be bored nowadays, but you don't need to go crazy or wild. Just to have a good delivery of information because, I'm not really, I'm doing all this research, everything that's cool, great, whatever. Other people are doing that too. I think the bigger picture here is that I'm tapping into a group collective resonance of information and understanding and sharing that. And so it's not just my own efforts. It's really just this collective resonance, standing wave, Schumann thing, whatever, that we all are building together is a critical component to me even being able to do these presentations, I think.
Yeah.
In the first place.
Fantastic. Such a treat to have you on, Stefan. Thanks so much for coming on. Again, we're following your work, promoting you as much as we can. I put little tidbits of your stuff out there all the time and link it to some of the stuff that I'm following and doing as well, because it seems like we're both kind of moving in the same direction for a lot of stuff. So thanks so much for coming on.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, why, in taking down the Illuminati deep state cabal, Q said, Israel will be last. Answer, the pretend Jews of Zionist Israel have been the command center for the UK Crown, Vatican and US Incorporated global agenda that sought total control over humanity. Israel was the very evil heartbeat of these Satan-worshipping elites which, while hiding in the shadows, controlled the mainstream media narrative to their own advantage. This deep state planned a complete global financial crisis to set a stage where every move could be monitored, every bit of food, controlled, every financial transaction tracked, every dissenting voice, silenced. The deep state's endgame was clear. They wanted to push the world into a crisis so severe that the public would beg for their prepackaged solution, a one-world government, digital currency, and total surveillance. Be possible timing Monday, May 25, 2026. The greatest financial and political shift in modern history is underway. The global currency reset has been released. Mass arrests have been happening for some time. 3 more days. Be ready. Blackout. The world is connected, is watching. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. 107 confirmed the below schedule for the final activation phase, signaling the storm is upon us as Donald Trump restores the republic via the global currency reset. On Monday, May 25, 2026, the global currency reset ignites the gold-backed quantum financial system in 209 nations. Trump ripped the Fed from the cabal. It's now in the sovereign U.S. Treasury. NISRA/JSRA fully enacted with no income tax and new 14% sales tax on goods. Deep state melting as military raids their pedophile rings, sending elites to Gitmo. The children are saved at last from these monsters. On Wednesday, May 27, 2026, banks begin the QFS transition. Patriots stock food, cash, water and essentials right away. On Wednesday night, Trump to drop an announcement that will shock the world. President Donald Trump Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. On Thursday, May 28, 2026, a 48-hour blackout countdown begins where banks will go dark for the next 10 days. On Saturday, May 30, 2026, the 10 days of darkness begin. Starlink EBS exposes cabal crimes, fraud and CT by elites in Hollywood. Martial law locks down pedophile arrests worldwide. Fake Biden regime ends as Republic returns. On June 1, 2026, the global currency reset and NISRA/JSRA laws will activate. Debt forgiveness frees all from slavery. Gold currencies bring prosperity to the people. Each individual will receive EBS message on cell phones, text and/or email to notify how to set an appointment at an official redemption center to set up your personal wallet, formerly known as a bank account. You will be given a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status and access to your own sovereign fund dashboard. On Wednesday, June 3, 2026, President Trump will tweet on X, formerly known as Twitter, where will he say, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless." The EBS broadcast tribunals revealing the satanic Khazarian mafia. Trump and white hats crush the globalists completely. Mr. Pool 2.0 on Telegram. The technology once hoarded by the cabal now serves humanity first. Insiders stress that protective operations around capitals are directly enabling this historic release by neutralizing threats. For the QAnon community and all who have held the line, this marks a powerful confirmation that the plan is unfolding exactly as intended. Children rescued from the darkest networks are among the first receiving these treatments, mending shattered bodies and spirits. Communities poisoned by suppressed technologies are finding renewal. Miraculous recovery testimonies are spreading, building unstoppable momentum toward full planetary healing. Skepticism after years of delays is natural, yet the mounting evidence of tangible results is dismantling doubts rapidly. The timing was strategic to ensure that technology could never be withheld or weaponized again. The healing wave is here, transforming suffering into strength and igniting mass awakening. The best is yet to come as full public access expands in the coming weeks with full disclosures during global broadcast events. Trump and allied white hat forces have overseen every step, guaranteeing alignment with sovereignty, financial freedom and truth. Martial law, your city could be next. The military is already entrenched in problematic cities, especially those with strong Antifa and BLM presences. The air is thick with tension. Will you be confined to your home under the guise of safety? The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, is looming, and when it hits, it will be swift and silent. The digital world will go dark, and the new era will begin. EBS survival, prepare now or pay later. 1. Essentials, stock up on water, non-perishable food, and meds. Pharmacies will be closed, and your medical records inaccessible. 2. Cash, ATMs won't work. Credit cards will be useless. Have cash on hand to survive the blackout. 3. Mental fortitude, the shock will be overwhelming. Stay calm, think clearly, and help those who are paralyzed by fear. The unveiling, disclosures and the death of deception. When the EBS ends, the truth will flood out, military tribunals, public executions, and revelations that will shake you to your core. This isn't a movie, it's real, and it's coming to your screen. The corrupt cities, from LA to New York, will be exposed in ways you never imagined. A new dawn, the quantum financial revolution. As the world descends into chaos, A financial revolution is about to flip everything upside down. Redemption centers and quantum financial access cards will replace the old, corrupt system. Your wealth, secured and mirrored on the quantum financial system, QFS, will be safe. But this isn't just about money, it's about purity of heart. To access this new financial realm, you must embody forgiveness and unconditional love. For those holding ZIM bonds, the path is even more intricate. Redemption centers will guide you, but secrecy is key. NDAs will keep the process under wraps, and payouts could stretch over 25 years. This is about stability, not greed. The final countdown: prepare for the new age. The world as we know it is ending, and a new reality is being born. Only those who are prepared will thrive. The old world is crumbling, and from its ashes, a new age of transparency and abundance is emerging. Stay vigilant. The storm is here, and it's only going to get stronger. The time to act is now. Spread this message, prepare for the changes, and step into the future where the people, not the elites, hold the power. The revolution is here, be on the right side of history. Global Currency Reset. Judy note: to my knowledge no one has been privy to the exact information about when Tier 4B, us the Internet Group, will be notified to set redemption/exchange appointments. That is the decision of 1 to 2 people, one being President Trump. We only know notification will be around the time of EBS activation and likely during the 10 days of communication darkness. Judy note: we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is controlled by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. Phase 2 begins June. The targets are not anonymous. They have Wikipedia pages. They have verified accounts. They have security details. When the names drop, and they will, remember, you were told here first. They started with the ones nobody would defend. Smart. Build public support. Then go up. The children are being saved. The network is being mapped. The names are coming. 463 down. The ones above them can't sleep tonight. What we think we know. As of 2's. May 26, 2026, Monday, May 25, 2026. Former U.S. Naval Intelligence Officer Milton William Cooper alleged that President John F. Kennedy was killed by Secret Service agent William Greer, the driver of the presidential limousine, rather than Lee Harvey Oswald acting alone. In 2001, just weeks before the attacks, Cooper predicted that a major terrorist strike on a U.S. city would occur and that Osama bin Laden would be immediately blamed for it. Monday, May 25, 2026. J6 prisoners demand compensation. Pardon. J6 defendants are demanding full compensation from Trump's $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund. Claiming political persecution, they say Biden-era prosecutions destroyed their lives, families, and finances. Now, they demand government accountability and to be paid in full. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. This weekend the Department of Justice erased January 6 from the Internet. The DOJ deleted every press release, every charge, every conviction related to January 6 from their website. Gone. 1,500 plus cases. Years of records. Exposed. The government that did it just admitted it was a lunch. Every judge, prosecutor who prosecuted and sentenced them. Every outlet that called them insurrectionists, exposed. Judy note: I don't know about you, but I thoroughly agree that J6 prisoners should have adequate compensation for what these patriots were put through. But I think the monies should directly come from the Democratic National Party and their leader Nancy Pelosi, who planned and executed the whole fiasco. And, perhaps we should add the Washington, D.C. police and mainstream media as perpetrators who not only covered up, but blatantly participated in the J6 crimes. We need to make them responsible for what they have done to innocent people, and for depriving us all of our freedom of speech. Monday, May 25, 2026, Bombshell Expose: The Dark Secrets of Washington, D.C., the Occult Symbols and Hidden Agendas Controlling America. Monday, May 25, 2026, Tucker Carlson Special Report: Ex-Freemason claims global power, secret societies, occult rituals, and spiritual warfare shape the modern world. And Monday, May 25, 2026, wait until you realize 9/11 wasn't the only inside job. Decoded, Safeguard on Telegram, USS Maine equals Spanish-American War, 1898, remember the Maine. Was the 1890s version of weapons of mass destruction. The explosion that launched America into war with Spain. Search, USS Maine false flag theory. Lusitania equals World War I setup. Germany warned Americans not to board this ship. It was secretly carrying munitions. Got sunk. America joins World War I. Search, Lusitania ammunition smuggling. Pearl Harbor equals let it happen on purpose. Declassified docs show FDR may have known the attack was coming and needed it to rally support for World War II. Search, MC column memo Pearl Harbor. Operation Northwoods equals Cold War clownery. This one's not theory, it's fact. The U.S. Joint Chiefs literally proposed staging fake terror attacks on Americans to start a war with Cuba. Search, Operation Northwoods full document. 9/11 equals the Crown Jewel Building 7 wasn't hit by a plane. NORAD stood down. The Patriot Act was pre-written. Halliburton got rich. Google, Building 7 free fall collapse and while you're at it, project for the new American century 9/11. Your history class was propaganda. Your government doesn't ask for war. It scripts it. And every surprise attack just happens to be exactly what they needed. At the perfect time. Welcome to the truth train. No breaks. No masks. No mercy. History is not boring. It's rigged. Oh, Monday, May 25, 2026. Crowell, Texas residents complain about light and noise from new Google data center. Patriot Freedom on Telegram. Residents in Crowell, Texas, are reporting severe light pollution and constant noise linked to a nearby large-scale Google AI data center under construction. Locals say the facility operates 24/7 with intense exterior lighting that brightens the night sky and continuous mechanical noise from cooling systems and generators. The project, part of a broader hyperscale data center expansion in Texas, has drawn opposition from some residents who argue it disrupts rural life and raises concerns about environmental impact, including light pollution, noise levels, and resource use. Town hall meetings have reportedly included complaints from residents on both sides of the political spectrum. Monday, May 25, 2026. BQQQM. Famous people arrested and executed, deep state and freefall. Gitmo now on Telegram. The illusion is crumbling. The deep state's grip is slipping, their doubles exposed, their puppets eliminated. You were told this would happen. Now it's here. The arrests have been quiet, but the tribunals are not. The names you know. Gone. What you see. Clones, doubles, CGI. The truth. Hidden in plain sight. The list keeps growing. Their crimes. Beyond imagination. Treason, child trafficking, crimes against humanity. Justice is swift, punishment is final. Military tribunals have left no escape. The fake media. Silent. But patriots. Louder than ever. The high-profile executions you never heard about. Barack Obama, gone. A traitor to America. Shot by firing squad. Hillary Clinton, gone. Convicted of crimes beyond belief. Bill Gates and Melinda Gates, executed. Their empire. A mirage. Joe Biden, deceased. What's left? An actor, a mask, a lie. Tom Hanks, Oprah, Ellen, arrested. Their satanic rituals exposed. Prince Charles, Queen Elizabeth, removed. What's left of the royals? Nothing. Hollywood's elite. Rotting in Gitmo. Their puppets keep falling, every fake celebrity, every corrupt politician, taken down, replaced, or eliminated. The tribunals are not stopping. This is bigger than anyone imagined. Patriots worldwide know the truth. And now, IT can't be stopped. Their final play, a massive distraction, expect false flags, media blackouts, staged events. The panic is real. They want to hide what's happening, but it's too late. The storm is here. Nothing can stop what's coming. Democrats equals deep state. The arrests continue. If you still believe the lies, you're not awake. The truth is everywhere. The ones in control. Not who you think. 2024 equals the final stage. The Great Awakening is here. Spread this far and wide. The world must know. BQQQM. It's happening now. The great finale is upon us. Enjoy the show. Monday, May 25, 2026. FBI file bombshell. The Biden-Burisma scandal returns to shake Washington, New World Order on Telegram. A buried FBI document is once again igniting one of the most explosive corruption controversies in modern American politics. According to the resurfaced federal file, a confidential human source alleged that Joe and Hunter Biden each received $5 million from a Burisma executive while Joe Biden served as Vice President of the United States. The alleged objective: remove Ukrainian prosecutor Viktor Shokin, the prosecutor connected to investigations involving Burisma Holdings, and secure political protection for the company's interests. The line that detonated across political circles: $5 million for one Biden, $5 million for the other. According to the source cited in the FBI report, the payments were allegedly routed through a complex network of offshore accounts and financial channels designed to make tracing the money nearly impossible for years. This wasn't described as random corruption. It was presented as a carefully structured system built to outlast investigations and shield the people involved from accountability. And then came the moment the world already remembers: Joe Biden publicly boasting on camera about pressuring Ukraine to fire the prosecutor. "I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money." For critics, that statement now carries enormous political weight in light of the resurfaced FBI material. The controversy has also reopened debate surrounding President Trump's 2019 impeachment, which centered around his request for Ukraine to investigate possible Biden-related corruption tied to Burisma. Supporters argue the scandal points toward foreign influence, abuse of political power, financial corruption, and a deeper protection system surrounding elite political figures. Critics continue to emphasize that allegations inside FBI files are not criminal convictions and that no court ruling has proven the claims. Monday, May 25, 2026. Ex-Freemason exposes the hidden system of power, occult influence, and global control. Pastor Bob Joyce, Elvis, on Telegram. One of the most explosive interviews of 2026 is detonating across the internet after Tucker Carlson sat down with a former Freemason who claims the modern world is controlled by far more than governments, elections, and money. According to the discussion, behind politics, media, central banks, and global institutions exists a hidden system of psychological manipulation, occult influence, secret societies, and spiritual warfare shaping civilization from the shadows. The interview dives into subjects long mocked or censored: Freemasonry, ritual symbolism, central banking, transhumanism, media conditioning, spiritual influence, and what the speaker describes as a hidden battle between light and darkness operating behind modern society itself. At the center of the conversation is one core claim: the most powerful people in the world understand that human consciousness can be manipulated through fear, symbols, media, and engineered emotional control. The ex-Freemason describes Masonic rituals, sacred geometry, checkerboard symbolism, and initiation ceremonies as systems designed to influence perception and connect members to what he calls the invisible world behind material reality. The interview also revisits ancient stories tied to King Solomon, the Knights Templar, hidden knowledge, and elite groups allegedly preserving secret spiritual systems for centuries. But the most controversial section focuses on media and modern culture. According to the discussion, television, social media, repetitive music, fear-driven news, and entertainment industries no longer simply inform the public, they program emotional behavior, shape thought patterns, and manufacture mass psychological control. Fear, outrage, panic, and division are described as tools used to keep populations emotionally destabilized and easier to manage. The interview then shifts toward the Federal Reserve, global banking networks, and international financial systems, arguing that modern societies increasingly operate through debt, surveillance, and dependency rather than genuine freedom. Another major theme is transhumanism, the merging of technology, AI, biotechnology, and digital systems into human life itself. The warning is direct: future power structures may seek to make human behavior programmable, trackable, and controllable through technology. Throughout the interview, one message becomes impossible to ignore: millions of people are no longer blindly trusting institutions, media systems, and official narratives. For critics, the conversation is dangerous conspiracy theory. For supporters, it confirms what they believe has been hidden in plain sight for decades: that the real war is no longer just political. It is psychological, spiritual, financial, and informational. And now, more people than ever are beginning to ask, who is really controlling the system behind the curtain? Monday, May 25, 2026. The system is bleeding. Their power is leaking from every crack they once fortified with secrecy, blood rituals, and digital manipulation. The operations have intensified. The strongholds are turning to ash. The stolen wealth is being seized. Nizar and Jazara connected on Telegram. The final chapter approaches, but the last page hasn't turned. We're beyond the tipping point. This is the breakdown of a global mechanism that ruled humanity for centuries. Every hour, more of their infrastructure crumbles. Global structures cracking, 47 bunkers taken out. Military insiders confirm 47 deep state bunkers and underground hubs neutralized or seized in recent weeks. These weren't primitive shelters, they were subterranean cities, run by AI systems, shielded by electromagnetic barriers, powered by plasma grids, hidden beneath public spaces. An agreement has been largely negotiated, subject to finalization between the United States of America, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the various other countries as listed, President Trump announced on Sunday, May 24, 2026. If the Iranian conflict was finally settled, it would clear the way for Iran to be part of the gold/asset-backed global currency reset of 209 nations, and explain why Iranian real new rates were already listed on back screens of redemption centers. No nation could participate in the GCR if they were at war with another country. Still, on Sunday 24th of May, Trump announced that a Moab is about to drop. It was rumored that he referred to a scare event in the form of a global financial crisis about to happen. The satanic-worshipping deep state cabal's control over the U.S. dollar since 1913 and subsequent printing of fiat dollars since their 2008 bankruptcy, has put the world in crisis. For some time the U.S. dollar has not been accepted for international trade, feeding a fast-growing global financial crisis that has brought us to the tip of World War III. Which was what the deep state wanted, so they could mandate a global digital currency that was backed by gold, but only they would hold the gold. Those participating in their Great Reset would be bound by their dark rules and told not only how they could spend their monies, but how they could live, or not. The global financial crisis scare event about to happen called for intervention, though Trump had already trumped the situation over a month ago. On Thursday, April 16, 2026, Trump released the global currency reset of 209 sovereign nations. Over this past Memorial Day weekend, top internet sites have been warning of a pending EBS alert where martial law would take over for a 10 to 12 communication blackout. Sunday, May 24, 2026, EBS activation alert, the countdown has begun. Stay informed. Stay prepared. Stay connected as the world moves toward a new financial and communication era. Cell broadcast push incoming, stay home, stay calm, stay in prayer. Starlink will carry the truth. On Monday, May 25, 2026, the global currency reset ignites the gold-backed quantum financial system in 209 nations. Trump ripped the Fed from the cabal. It's now in the sovereign U.S. Treasury. Nizar/Jazara fully enacted with no income tax and new 14% sales tax on goods. Deep state melting as military raids their pedophile rings, sending elites to Gitmo. The children are saved at last from these monsters. On Wednesday, May 27, 2026, banks begin the QFS transition. Patriots stock food, cash, water and essentials right away. On Wednesday night, Trump to drop an announcement that will shock the world. President Donald Trump Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. On Thursday, May 28, 2026, a 48-hour blackout countdown begins where banks will go dark for the next 10 days. On Saturday, May 30, 2026, the 10 days of darkness begin. Starlink EBS exposes cabal crimes, fraud and CT by elites in Hollywood. Martial law locks down pedophile arrests worldwide. Fake Biden regime ends as Republic returns. Meanwhile, Saturday, May 23, 2026 evening, Trump's global military alliance performed raids on deep state perpetrators that hit Rome, Brussels, London and Washington, D.C. Over 500,000 satanic network members across the globe were now in custody. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now are supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Sunday, May 24, 2026, the world's fastest plane SR-71 Blackbird proves the Earth isn't a ball in its record flight from NY to London in under 2 hours. Distance is 3,459 miles. Curvature: if we lived on the globe, Earth would be 1,298 miles. That would mean it would need to go over 650 miles in an hour or over 10 miles every minute. Sunday, May 24, 2026, Arizona ranks among the higher volume states for human trafficking reports, driven by border proximity, tourism corridors, and vulnerable populations including unaccompanied minors, runaways, and foster youth. Sedona and the Verde Valley function as transit and exploitation nodes due to high visitor traffic, isolated desert terrain, and hospitality infrastructure. Sunday, May 24, 2026, in 1993, after Jeffrey Epstein first visited the Clinton White House, trillions began to vanish from the DoD and HUD federal agencies through undocumented adjustments. It was suspected that Epstein ran the SWIFT system to launder the money, according to Catherine Austin Fitts, former Assistant Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. 4 years later, in 1997, the United States under President Bill Clinton achieved its first federal budget surplus in 29 years, effectively ending a streak of deficits that had lasted since 1969. The surplus announcement was a suspected cover-up for the trillions still being laundered by Epstein through the cabal-owned SWIFT system. The laundered money escalated to $21 trillion by 2017, matching the entire U.S. national debt then, plus $29 trillion in bailouts, totaling $50 trillion. Saturday, May 23, 2026, actor David Spade just exposed something insane in California. A bipartisan bill was introduced to audit where $20+ billion in missing homeless funding went. It passed. But then Gavin Newsom vetoed it to block the investigation. He's also vetoed similar audit bills, AB 2570 and AB 2093, Trump Truth Revolution on Telegram. Saturday, May 23, 2026. On January 6, the Capitol Police cuffed an FBI paid confidential human source, led him to the side, uncuffed him, and gave him a fist bump. In other words, the January 6 attack was a criminal conspiracy, instigated by Nancy Pelosi and others, carried out by Christopher Wray to set the stage and entrap Trump supporters, allowing the illegitimate, unelected terrorist organization to brand them as domestic terrorists. So why the hell haven't the rest of the tapes been released yet? Great awakening now on Telegram. Saturday, May 23, 2026. Stan Merrill, the man who was hired to pave over Charlie Kirk's murder scene days later, says the governor and the FBI asked me to get it done by Monday. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. All reports said that Utah Valley University, UVU, described the work as routine landscaping, beautification, or a pre-scheduled renovation. Now the FBI and governor requested the crime scene be paved over immediately. The storm is here on Telegram. Judy note, there are videos of the property under the table where Kirk sat that show what appears to be entrance to an underground tunnel. The hole was dug about a week before the incident. Another picture shows workmen covering up the hole right after the shooting. Did you know it was rumored that Jazzara required non-citizens to reside in their own country to collect benefits? People could not receive Jazzara benefits in the country in which they presently reside if they were not a citizen of that country. No country can participate in the global currency reset and new gold-backed global financial system if they were at war with another country. Be possible timing on Saturday, May 23, 2026. Swan 07 confirmed the below schedule for the final activation phase, signaling the storm is upon us as Donald Trump restores the republic via the global currency reset. On Monday, May 25, 2026, the global currency reset ignites the gold-backed quantum financial system in 209 nations. Trump ripped the Fed from the cabal. It's now in the sovereign U.S. Treasury. Jazzara fully enacted with no income tax and new 14% sales tax on goods. Deep state melting as military raids their pedophile rings, sending elites to Gitmo. The children are saved at last from these monsters. On Wednesday, May 27, 2026, banks begin the QFS transition. Patriots stock food, cash, water and essentials right away. On Wednesday night, Trump to drop an announcement that will shock the world. President Donald Trump Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. On Thursday, May 28, 2026, a 48-hour blackout countdown begins where banks will go dark for the next 10 days. On Saturday, May 30, 2026, the 10 days of darkness begin. Starlink EBS exposes cabal crimes, fraud and CT by elites in Hollywood. Martial law locks down pedophile arrests worldwide. Fake Biden regime ends as Republic returns. On Moon. June 1, 2026, the global currency reset and Nizara/Jazzara laws will activate. Debt forgiveness frees all from slavery. Gold currencies bring prosperity to the people. Each individual will receive EBS message on cell phones, text and/or email to notify how to set an appointment at an official redemption center to set up your personal wallet, formerly known as a bank account. You will be given a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status and access to your own sovereign fund dashboard. On Wednesday, June 3, 2026, President Trump will tweet on X, formerly known as Twitter, where will he say, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless." The EBS broadcast tribunals revealing the satanic Khazarian mafia. Trump and white hats crush the globalists completely, Mr. Pool 2.0 on Telegram. Global currency reset. Judy note, to my knowledge no one has been privy to the exact information about when Tier 4B, us the Internet Group, will be notified to set redemption/exchange appointments. That is the decision of 1 to 2 people, one being President Trump. We only know notification will be around the time of EBS activation and likely during the 10 days of communication darkness. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is controlled by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Restored Republic, F. Sunday, May 24, 2026 bombshell, 300,000 federal indictments, the swamp's collapse is imminent, Gitmo now on Telegram. The biggest corruption takedown in U.S. history is happening now. 300,000 federal indictments, the very core of the swamp is crumbling. Politicians, judges, CEOs, Hollywood elites, exposed, child exploitation, human trafficking, treason, every crime imaginable. The list is astounding, and it's only the beginning. This isn't just another scandal. This is a full-scale purge. Gitmo is preparing for the flood. Planes are on standby. The deep state's worst nightmares are coming true. The swamp tried to hide it, sealed indictments, secret trials, media blackouts, but patriots fought back. The numbers skyrocketed, from 35,000 to 60,000. Now 300,000. A tidal wave of justice that can't be stopped. Gitmo cells are filling fast. The elite's crimes, especially those targeting children, are the darkest stains on this nation. High-ranking officials, both Democrat and Republican, exposed as predators, pedophiles, traffickers, Satanists. All of them. They thought they were untouchable. They thought their secrets would stay buried. They were wrong. Massive resignations, sudden retirements, desperate media distractions, they're running scared. But there's nowhere left to hide. The news tightens daily. Gitmo is waiting. The storm isn't coming. It's here. Trust the plan. Justice is being served. The swamp is draining, and it's glorious. Sunday, May 24, 2026, the system is bleeding. Their power is leaking from every crack they once fortified with secrecy. The operations have intensified. The strongholds are turning to ash. The stolen wealth is being seized. Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. The final chapter approaches, but the last page hasn't turned. We're beyond the tipping point. This is the breakdown of a global mechanism that ruled humanity for centuries. Every hour, more of their infrastructure crumbles. Global structures cracking, 47 bunkers taken out. Military insiders confirm 47 deep state bunkers and underground hubs neutralized or seized in recent weeks. These weren't primitive shelters, they were subterranean cities, run by AI systems, shielded by electromagnetic barriers, powered by plasma grids, hidden beneath public spaces. Some of these sites were centuries old, operating beneath cities, airports, and national parks. They were preparing for a future without us. Now, those plans are dust. The final network, collapsing fast. The elite's core power structure is still intact, but losing ground fast. This isn't just physical, it's energetic, digital, psychological warfare zones collapsing from within. Underground cities remain in remote regions, South Pole sectors, the Urals, Pacific Rim, but their nodes are failing, tunnels collapsing, Command systems fracturing. Strategic destabilization is underway, not full eradication yet, but suffocating every mechanism they rely on. Elite infighting, the fragmentation begins. New intel confirms deep state factions turning on each other. Their structure is imploding before the final strikes hit. Without central command, infighting has erupted. In Switzerland, a Rothschild operative was found dead, likely executed by rival technocrats over collapsing crypto chains. In Belgium, a meeting of EU banking elites turned violent, with access disks destroyed on site. In the UAE, 2 figures tied to off-world trade have gone missing after sabotage of escape routes.